Okay, so I just did something stupid. Thankfully, I noticed because no one was typing anything into chat, and that's very unusual. So, yeah, this video that you see right here, May 20th, 33 megabytes. That was me just now hitting the start recording instead of start streaming, and I was doing that for like 2 minutes. Let me see if this works. Yeah. So, okay, this is why you can see in chat that it says started streaming twice because I typed it once at 8:58 and then again at 9. I'm technically not late. Yeah, so I worked on a small feature right now. I'll just show you guys. Oh, that was the first time that's ever happened. Yeah, so hopefully this is going to say that I'm online now. That's what made me realize this. Okay, it still says offline. Well, we'll give it a minute. Or I'll type in, can anyone see me? Am I alone right now? Oops. Ah, darn it. Oh man, everything's going wrong already. But at least they're superficial things that are going wrong. Alright, I gotta refresh the page. Yeah, so still it says I'm offline. And no one's typed anything. Alright, well, whatever. I'll still show this thing. So, change password. I put in a cancel button here. And, oh, I still broke that. How did that happen? Old password equals type values dot old password. Oh, if the length is not equal to 0, then set it. Why did I do that? Huh. Oh, yeah. I know why. Okay, so change, and then we hit cancel. Perfect. All right, so that's working exactly how I want it to. Yeah, cool. All right, nice. Yeah, let's check it in. There is now a cancel button when you are changing your password so that you can go back to the login screen. Oh, it no longer says that I'm offline. Now there's just a picture with no number next to it. Strange. Still no one said anything. Alright, well, we'll see. Okay, so make a cancel from change password. That's done. Okay, so we have these two major things to do. And this one might be pretty fast. It's also not probably super worth it. This one's very much worth it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get these things out of the way. Yeah. We're gonna come up with just a very basic algorithm for this. So updating, oh hey, there we go. Chat's finally working. Okay, hey Fade. Start working on upgrade replication stuff. So this is game servers, the overseer. EJ. Programming master EJ is back. So the overseer updates them, then overseer and matchmaker, and that's it. So these three things. Just want to see how insane you could go. Aw. My chat knows me. So the most important part of this is incorporating the TCP server in a generic way. Yeah, I think I should do things in this order. Maybe not. We'll see. Okay, but game server provisioning. So prototype a solution that will work. Well, yeah, I gotta do that. Let's go into the infrastructure stuff and where did I write that variable? There's something here. Yeah, min and max game server clusters. And then there's a number of game servers to run per cluster. I should really say number of games to run per cluster. Yeah, let's change it. per game server cluster. Well, it says num game servers to run. Yeah, whatever. Fine. Okay, so this is set to 4. So we have number of clusters and number of games. So, I mean, this is a pretty simple table. 8, 12, and 16. Oh, and the number of players, I guess we could put in here too. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing. Alright, so let's put a bunch of these things. Alright, so number of players, I think it's just these times 6, right? Yeah, it is. So let's just do that. There. Okay. So that's good. In fact, we can delete all of this stuff. Make some pretty looking tables. Alright. So anyway, here's what I'm thinking of doing. I'm going to base this on utilization at first. And I just need to find a good way of when to scale up and when to scale down. So question, when do we scale up and when do we scale down? So scaling up, if at 0 clusters, go up to 1 no matter what. That's pretty important. You need to be able to play on a game server. Then I think if we make it up to, this is what's tough, and there's like scheduling around all of this and whatever else. Hey, Original Pepper. Do we take the time that the server's been online into account? So if at, hey Oscar Belmont. Yeah, let me make sure that today thing is still correct. Adam is continuing to work on the infrastructure. For this week, that means finishing up some of the game server tasks and allowing critical endpoints to be upgraded or deployed. Okay, so I'll make it a little bit more specific. Adam is working on scaling up/down game server clusters dynamically so that the beta version of Botland can accommodate up to 96 people, 96 active players. It seems like such a small amount. And one of the things I'm going to have to do is set the tick time like much lower than it is. Let's put that on the to-do list. Hey Treeform, how's it going? How's Astrala doing? So now that we're trying to cram as many games as possible into the same cluster, I should make sure turn times don't go above 2 milliseconds or 5 milliseconds. I had none of the scaling when I get tons of players. Wait, Treeform, how many players do you have at a time now? Also, I guess it depends on what your infrastructure is like. Adam, why not require all servers started to last at least 55 minutes? Because there's evaluation, it's still needed, otherwise delete it. Yeah, that's what I was writing here. The problem is that it's how I do load balancing. The problem here is load balancing. If we have 2 clusters online, then we will distribute games evenly. So it becomes much harder to take a cluster offline when it's no longer needed. 500 to 1300? Are you running on Amazon? Because I don't know, right now the way that I'm kind of planning this is that, well, I'm on the free tier of AWS, so I'm planning on using machines that can probably only host 4 games per server. Eventually I want to up this number to like 15. Oh, DigitalOcean? Okay. Or why do you say that might have been a mistake? I mean, if it's working and you're able to handle that many players, then you can transition later, right? Okay, so if it's 0 clusters, go to 1 no matter what. If at, I guess, like greater than or equal to 75% of the games allowed. I should make it, okay, so if at 1 cluster and allowed games go up to 2. I only need to make this go up to 4. So at 2, we could probably also just say this. Because if you're at 2, so this works out to be 3 games, go up to 2 clusters. And then the allowed games here would be 8. I guess if we're at 6, that also makes sense. So 6 games, go up to 3 clusters. Oh, price, I see. I think Google Cloud Engine provides the cheapest and most granted high CPU computers. Well, it's nice. I think, honestly, I'd be a lot farther in this project if I hadn't worried about scalability first. But I think that's going to be one of the key factors of the success of Botland. I do wonder about the rest of your infrastructure's endpoints. Like, how many databases do you have? What's actually pulling things from the database? Are those load balanced, etc.? The actual numbers of server running can be above the number of servers needed. New servers should not be allocated in this state, and servers should just die on their own as they time out. No, so original Pepper, there are a couple of problems. One is that while I agree with you there should be more servers than are needed, I'm paying for those servers. And for the next however many months, I'm not going to be making money off of this. And like, I can't sustain that forever, of course. So then the second thing is servers should just die when they time out. The way my load balancing works is that servers are basically buckets. So picture a cluster of like a 4-slot bucket. And then as you fill in a game, you can put like one game in here, and then another game, and then another game, and then another game, and then it's full. So once you have 4 games in there, you're done. Or you can picture these as like X's or G's or something like that. You're just filling up games into here. Well, when we get to 3, what I'm saying is, oh, let's scale up. So let's put another cluster here. And now the 4th game will go into here. Now let's say this game ends, and then this game ends, and now we're left with this scenario. We might say, okay, we don't need the 2nd game server any longer. Well, it's already running a game, so we can't just like kill it, because that would stop all the players from playing. So I either need to change how load balancing works so that when we're in this situation, we actually put the 4th game in the 1st cluster, and then we start filling up this cluster, and then we start filling up the next one, and so on and so forth. Or, actually, that's pretty much it. That's all I can really change to. Or just deal with what it is right now. Oh, no problem, Treeform. Okay. You already paid for the hour. The server should last near that hour before you should remove it. No, that part I agree with. What I'm saying is, that's fine if the cluster ended up being empty for pretty much that whole time. Because then, yes, we could kill it. No one's on it. No one knows about it. Like, we're totally fine. It's when there was a game that was slotted onto here, which is likely, given that the whole reason we scaled up is that we had potentially too many games on the 1st cluster. But anyway, this doesn't need to be perfect. So, if at 3 clusters, and at this point I don't want to do 75%, because that would actually be 9, which is like, actually, I guess that'd be fine. I guess it's for 4 clusters that were. Yeah, so maybe we can just always say it's 75%, and that way we just use one rule for this. Go up to 4 clusters. Then we're at our max. Hang on just a sec. Alright, I had to sneeze. Games are 15 minutes long. So yeah, in general, if at 75% utilization, scale up by 1. And then scaling down, so if at 4 clusters, So that's letting us use 16 games. And I guess if we're at like 60% usage, that's 62.5% utilization. Scaled down. So if at 3 clusters, if we find ourselves only using like 6, I guess. And this is why this becomes a problem. Because now the ratio here is what? 50%. Yeah. And if at 2 clusters and we're only using like, I don't know, 2 game servers, it's 25% scaled down. Yeah, so that's why these percentages don't totally work. Okay, so what happens now when we run into a situation where we go up to 3 games needed, so that spawns 2 clusters for us, and then we immediately go back down to 2. That would try to scale back down to 1 cluster. So yeah, that's where waiting at least an hour before scaling down is important. Or doing this history tracking stuff. I prototyped some of that. I don't know. The long-term solution to this was get it to the point where starting a new game server takes like 10 seconds. And that way I just start them exactly when they're needed. And then people wait a little bit extra in the queue. And that's fine. Okay, so let's take a look. Let's take a look at the code that I have here. It's an endpoint monitor. And something here provisions new game servers. What calls this? Invest time in a thin bash layer and copy it to an AMI rather than Ansible. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's a good idea. I think the EBS, the volume reuse, is also a good idea. Both those things will really speed this up. But I don't want to do that yet. I just don't see it as the most important thing yet. How's your day going so far? My day's going well. I mean, it's still very, very fresh. I've been online for what, like 20 minutes now. Actually, my uptime should be exactly 18 minutes. Yeah. Because I screwed up my first starting. I accidentally hit record instead of stream. Okay, so what calls into this? Create game server cluster VM. What calls into that? Promoted to master. Yeah, okay, so this is the only thing that we do so far. We make sure that we have... Wait a second, what? Does this check how many we currently have? Yeah, we do. Okay, good. So we make sure we at least have the minimum. That's all that's being done right now. I'm just saying, rather than spending time on thinking about that right now, when you're ready, just go to the AMI EBS cache route and give in... Wait, what? Just saying, rather than spending time... Wait, so are you advocating that I don't do this intermediate plan and I instead just go the AMI and EBS route? Because I could do that. So I gotta clean my glasses more frequently. Oh, you are saying that. Okay. Why spend time doing stepping stones? Well, ideally, the stepping stone would have been something that was pretty fast and then would get things mostly working for pre-beta. But yeah, I could see that. I recommend not doing any of this until you need to. I think I don't see myself being able to do this quickly though and correctly in the future. Like Treeform, I know you have a lot of players now and you were able to handle them. I think you're also probably just generally faster at implementing this stuff. I think for me, like the infrastructure that I've been working on so far has been taking like 3 months. And yeah, I I don't think I could just worry about it later. Yeah. And I recognize the risk in saving it for later. I also recognize the risk in not doing it, or sorry, in doing it now, because it's possible that nobody plays bot lane and then you don't have any scaling problems. Hmm. Okay. Well, I guess there would be two parts to this then: the AMIs and then EBS reuse. Hmm. Adam, how do I fix an obfuscated code? So, Savage, there are usually like code deobfuscators online, but you'll never get it to the point where it was originally what it looked like when someone wrote it. And I'm not sure exactly what it is you're trying to do. So, if you go to JavaScript code minifier, for example, let's just write some really simple sum function, um, operand operand 2. So if I minify this, oh, it actually didn't rename. Anyway, whatever. Yeah, let me know what it is you're trying to do exactly. Hey, Horvoria. Yeah, by the way, EJ, if you okay, this may not be worth it until we have many players playing. Figure out how to associate a new EC2 instance with an existing volume. Figure out how to make it so that terminating an EC2 instance does not delete the volume. Overseeing needs to keep track of all the volumes. Yeah, so I think the first thing is figuring out how I'm going to create the AMI. Figure out how to create an AMI that I can save. Okay, so how did I do this manually? I wrote this down. To create an image, first, make sure to reduce start time by deleting temporary files. Yeah, whatever. Actually make the image, go to this, and then create image. Probably want delete on termination checked. Where did... Spawn a base image, make changes, stop it, create an AMI from it. Okay, so what I could do here, I could actually have the overseer do this if I want. I could tell the overseer, I just updated the game servers. Here, go make the AMI. I could do that, I think. I wonder if that's a bad idea. I could have a REST API on the overseer that says, go create a new AMI. It would provision a VM in AWS, call out to it with Ansible using code I already have, then just make an AMI out of it. Give me a snapshot. Yeah, EJ, it's not, well, at least back when I played Astralid, it wasn't exactly like Botland where you're typing JavaScript. It was more like just the Blockly interface where you're customizing variables. Savage says, long story short, there's a web game named Agar.io. There used to be an extension that almost every player used, but they updated the game and obfuscated the code. Yeah, okay. So what you're trying to do is not incredibly straightforward because you're trying to take someone's code. Like the best you could do, you can always do this. Like if I go to Agar.io and I don't know, why can't I hit F12? There we go. Okay, so here's their source and it's now been minified. So at the very least, like you could at least prettify this code by hitting this button right here in Chrome, pretty print, and there. Now it looks more like JavaScript that someone might type. However, this is still, it's still optimized in certain ways. So in some cases, for example, any variables here that you see are going to be as short a name as possible, but also they'll typically, a lot of compilers will try to reuse the variables. So like, let's say A was only used on this line, they'll reassign A and use it somewhere else. So at that point, it just becomes like, go through the code, find out what it was that that extension did, and find out what functions the new extension should call. And a lot of the times it won't be very obvious what's going on because you'll find code like this. This is not something a human would ever probably write. And you'll have to figure out what it does, and you'll have to make the extension deal with that. And then if they go change their code, then you'll have to change it again. So yeah. Okay. So EJ, does this sound like a good way of doing this? Because I think this would be super easy if I were to do things this way. It would take me about 3 minutes to create the AMI, but then after that, I could just use it. Like I already have all this code in place that the overseer knows how to provision a machine so that it's a running game server. Then I just make it an AMI. I think the considerations I have to take into account are the game server cluster probably shouldn't be running until it's actually needed. That means that, I guess as a sub point here, go for it, YOLO. Tree form. Well, you wrote it in CoffeeScript, didn't you? And yeah, Savage, that's about all that you can hope for. And by the way, whenever anyone writes a hack for a game that's not in JavaScript or something like that, that's typically what they're doing. They've either decompiled a binary or they're working at some level that obviously a developer would not typically want to work at. And same thing with minified JavaScript code. So game server cluster probably shouldn't be running until it's actually needed. That means, so something needs to start the game server cluster later. This would just be the overseer. Or no, it wouldn't be. This would probably just be an on startup script or something like that. Adam, ever thought about live migration of games and deallocating servers? I've thought about it, but I don't think it's very easy. I also think that in the long run, it won't really save me much. Like it doesn't do very much for me. Yeah, when you only have 2 servers, and like I said, you've got, let's say, 4 slots, and so this is what your clusters look like, and you have 3 games running here and a game running here, and you say, okay, we don't need this machine anymore. Let's put this game into this slot over here. Like, yeah, that might be nice, but it's such a narrow scenario. Have you ever thought about having clients host games? I actually did think of that. I don't know if you are harkening back to that. So game server cluster probably shouldn't be running until it's actually needed. Something needs to start the game server cluster later. This would probably just be an on startup script in the AMI itself. Okay, this sounds doable. This does sound doable. Yeah, alright. I type theory. It actually might be a good idea for Botland. But then you have clients as authorities, which means that if you have enough of them colluding, that you could rig games. Or you need all of them to agree, and then it's just as easy to throw a monkey wrench and everything. What is it that I'd be missing from here? I don't know if there is anything. I just need to look at how to do all this. Okay, cool. Well, we have a task for today. That's for sure. So let's save this and just close out of this entirely. We'll be in the infrastructure code for today. And then, yeah, let's, I guess, get rid of this too. I could save this. I'll just save it on the desktop. I'll just say something like botland cluster scaling delete me. Delete me in June. So if I haven't used it by then, I'm never going to read it. Oh yeah, so this. Adam's working on scaling up and down game server clusters dynamically so that the beta version can accommodate up to 6. Yeah. I'll type this out. Oh yeah, and then we just need add com today. There we go. That would not be easy, but at 45 minutes, not gonna, yeah. You could instead run a server registry service. So I kind of already wrote that in the form of this overseer that I'm talking about. Okay, so let's see. I have code here that will go create a VM. Create game server cluster VM. I guess what I should probably call this is like create game server AMI. And we don't need to say num to create or anything. So what this is going to do is it's going to go pull, it's going to pull all the newest code. It's going to do basically what this thing did. We need to make sure that we're not already creating an AMI. So to do, make sure we're not already creating an AMI. Which means we need some state in the database for this. Although, what do we do if to do handle the case where we're already creating an AMI but the original overseer died? We probably just store this into the database. In fact, that's potentially, I think that's the best way of doing this. So I have this game servers database and I have a failed termination notices. I would also probably make another table just called like AMI being provisioned, and it would only ever have one row in it, and it would just be an instance ID. Actually, to the point where it's a better idea for me to make, yeah, okay, I think this is what I'm going to do. I should make a new table called like overseer data, and it has a single row for the AMI being provisioned. Okay, and so if we get promoted to master and this thing existed, we could either, no, we can't really take it over. We'll probably just terminate it. Probably just terminate it and retry. Okay, yeah, I think that's a good idea. Man, this is gonna be hard to test because I gotta do this on AWS. All right, well, work's cut out for me today, and I might. No, I'm not gonna say what I might do. Okay, so yeah, I think having a database for this makes the most sense. Let's go do that. So let's make a table called overseer data. Which is overseer. Yeah, this table is only used by the overseer. Needs is only necessary. I don't know if I want to keep this here everywhere. Yeah, I don't. Let's do it this way. It's like a GameFAQs style code commenting. Search this in this file for an explanation. Yeah. All right, and I'll probably change that eventually. I don't want to do that quite yet. So what we're going to do here is we're going to make an instance ID. The length is currently capped there. Yeah, great. So let's do this. We'll say AMI instance ID. Now this is, no, that's a bad idea. No, there's a provisioning one. AMI provisioning instance ID. And then we also need just the regular instance ID. Which that's going to start at nothing. So something needs to set that by default. Right now I think it's hard coded. So that's going to be another thing. I got to add all this to the to-do list. It's going to be a lot. All right, so let's close out of these things. So have the AMI that the overseer uses be customizable. If it's not set at startup, yeah, I'll make this a different one. The overseers be so it's not set at startup. Print an error since it's got to be saved in the database. Okay. And then let's do something really fast here. Const AWS. I could put this in database constants. It doesn't really matter. We could say AWS instance ID length. Great, cool. So the length of an AWS instance ID is currently capped at 19 characters. Cool. So now we can just use this everywhere instead of putting this comment all over the place. So database constants dot that. Cool. Basically anywhere else we see the number 19. Yeah, so just these two places. All right, good. All right, so if this is set, so this means that this unique, oh, wait a second, we're gonna have to add, oh, darn it. This is not how databases work. I wonder how I should do this. Because all I really want here is one record of all of this. Hey, Bo. Welcome back. And this time, I'm not going to ban you. They said, you're not a Twitch partner, you don't take donations, you stream an awful lot. Do you have a full-time job? If not, how are you supporting yourself? So this is my full-time job. I don't make money off of this. And you're right about all the other monetary things there. I had savings coming into Botland from my previous jobs. And that's what's funding Botland. And then what's funding like day-to-day life is my wife has a job. So this is set. Yeah, I gotta do this differently. Because what I'm setting up right now is a database that looks like this. This and maybe this. And this might be set I12345. And then this would probably be a different table. So I either make this JSON and just keep updating this single blob. I don't know. Oh, Bo. Speaking of full-time job, my first week is over. I'm tired. Oh, hey, Kesha. How did it go? And hey, Weedley. Does MySQL have a JSON type? Honestly, I've never done this sort of thing before. Like creating JSON values, yeah, I could always stringify. I don't care about that. The thing I've never done before is use like just static data in a database. I just want one record for this. If anyone's done this and knows what's like paradigmatic MySQL to write, that would be helpful. So basically the problem is this. Problem, I have some data. Okay, so problem, I have some data. I have some singleton data for the overseers. I just ask my server provider on which servers are running. I'm sure you can ask AWS to list the servers. No, I can do that too. That's not really the issue here, because there's something else I'm going to want to put in this database. Working on big projects. No, that's good, Kesha, and that's normal too, I'd say. Not working on big projects yet. So I have some singleton data for the overseers that I want to store in my database. I could just store this in a single row as a JSON blob, but is there a better way to do this? So for example, imagine I had something like, I don't know, yeah, like min game servers 4, max game servers 16 or something like that. Like, I don't want to make a new row that just has this. I don't want to make a new table that just has one single value in it. If I do store it as a JSON blob, I lose typing. So with a JSON blob, I would lose types. I don't want multiple tables. I don't know. I don't know if there's a better way to do this. I'm pretty sure this is the worst way to do it though. And I wonder if connects. Why not a MongoDB collection? So yeah, MongoDB, if I were using it, it would make sense for this. And really, MongoDB is just a bunch of JSON storage anyway. So I could just use this in MySQL, assuming it's there. And it is. Adds a JSON column using the built-in JSON type in PostgreSQL. It's all the text in older versions. Prior to passing into the query builder. The native array type which uses the syntax incompatible with JSON. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I think I just use a JSON blob in here. Because anytime I ever need to read or write, it'd be like at startup, or I'd be updating something relatively simple here. I don't know. What host OS are you using on your images? I think I'm using Debian now. I'm not sure. It was Amazon Linux, which was some whatever enterprise Linux variant. And I think I'm using Debian, but that doesn't totally matter. Well, it doesn't matter to me, I mean. It might matter to you because you're asking the question. I want to ask a question a long time ago, sometimes I always forget. What's your opinion on the best environment to build a full JavaScript game? Is there like a pre-made package of tools or something? Yeah, I don't know. Like the last game I did, so when I made this with a friend of mine, we mostly did this from scratch. Actually, I think it was almost entirely from scratch. I think the music and the sound was not something I wrote from scratch. But like this was something that an engine probably would have sped up a whole lot. So there are a lot of them out there, Kesha. I just don't know how many of them are that good. Like I tried using Phaser. I wasn't pleased with it. And so then I switched to just Pixie for rendering. I'm not even really pleased with that. I think tools are just, for some reason, not very well developed. Alright, I'm going to use a JSON blob for now, I guess. Table.json data. Like, this just sounds like a bad idea. Not nullable. I guess it is nullable though. So basically I need to create my own engine. No, you don't have to. It's just I don't know which ones are good to use out there. If Unity ever gets their WebGL stuff working perfectly, then you could just use Unity and publish to web. But I don't know if you can count on that. Yeah, the other thing I lose here, I lose types and really just sort of specificity. I would just have a data blob and I'd have to know what goes into it. So I could use a single row in the database. I wonder, MySQL single row database, I wonder if they talk about this anywhere. I wonder if Google provides better results for this. Selecting one row. No, this is all about just getting them. I don't know if you ever had single row table. This is related to the question I want to ask at least. Yeah. So they just use triggers for this to make sure that you don't have more than one row. I was hoping what people would show here was, is this the right paradigm to even use when you only want one row? What is the point in having a table in a database with only one row? Closed as not constructive. Yeah, this is what I'm trying to do. You end up creating a one row table with a column for each configuration value. I wouldn't say it's a good idea, but I can certainly see why the developer did it. So what are you supposed to do instead? Use a configuration file or make your own configuration file. The problem is these are on different servers. Oh man, I don't know about this. You could have a table that would hold every singleton instead of creating a table with a single row. Are you suggesting I have like one table just for bin game servers, another table for max game servers? Because yeah, I think that'd be kind of strange. They each have a single column. And even then they'd still have single rows in there. I think the JSON way is probably the easiest way to do this. I don't really like any of these things. Or, okay, here's another thing I could do, which is probably even worse, which is to make a file and check the file into the database. I don't like that. I mean, at that point, it's not really any different from just making a JSON file or a JSON string. Okay, I think I'm just gonna use JSON. Is platform dependency the only difference between library and portable library? Wait, what, Wheatley? I'm not sure what you're asking. Isn't using a normal database for short-term data not a good idea? This isn't short-term data, though. This is, like, okay, one of the things is short-term data. And that's necessary, though, because there might be a failure right in between doing that. But this AMI instance ID, this is long-lived data. This is what instance should I provision every new game server with. And yeah, Tom ZX, that is true. I'm asking for a key value table. And yeah, I could do that, but then I lose types again. Like, so I could make a 2-column table with key and then value, but then I lose types. So value needs one type, and for this it would be a number, and for something else it'd be a string. I don't know. Do you care about type that much? I think it's nice to have, but yeah, I guess not. I'd have to just do more enforcing of type on the application side. But if I'm going to do that, I think that maybe just using a JSON blob is a better idea. No, it's harder to edit. And all right, Tom. I think so. What's better about this than over a JSON blob is that it's easier to hand edit, considering that your app is going to know what to expect to type. Yeah. And yeah, Tom, I agree with that. Instance ID looks like a string because it has an I in it. Yeah, it is. This is a string. And that's why I was saying, like, if I store this in there, then I'd have a string. I'd have a couple numbers. I guess this is fine. Why not 2 columns? No, that's what I'm leaning toward. Thanks to Tom suggesting this, and this is what I wrote. It's better about that. I just didn't know what people typically do in this situation, and I was kind of planning it out. So points to Tom, and I think I will do this. So let's do this. Let's do key. So I guess I'll say overseer config. We'll do key and we'll do value, and then the key needs to be unique. And the value, yeah, I think this is fine. And then there are certain keys and values that we'd want in here that I guess the database constants file would tell us about. The only issue with key value tables or JSON is you have to make sure the key you're fetching will exist. Or just have code to handle whether it doesn't exist, which is fine, I think. Yeah. Always make a new column unless it's something like is banned, is email confirmed, etc., where you can do a bitmap. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll try this out. So overseer config, excuse me. So the first thing, check to see if we're already provisioning an AMI. There are 2 cases here. One is that we're the ones who provisioned it. Let me write this down. To do if this overseer is the one that provisioned it, then we just want to return an error. If we're not the one that provisioned it, then we want to terminate it. We could just use a class variable here. Track that. Well, yeah, for now there's going to be 3 keys, or 4 probably, but in the future it'll go up to like 10 probably. So not huge. I don't think it's going to be a crazy table or anything. Okay. So check to see if we're already provisioning an AMI. So we need this class variable for this anyway. Let's do this. This dot, excuse me, provisioning AMI instance ID equals null. So if we're provisioning a new AMI, this is for game servers. I feel like dynamic scaling systems are so prone to fail. I recommend manually having an add server button and remove server button. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I also think though, If I really do get this down to the point where it's like 10 seconds to provision a new VM, then I think it shouldn't be too bad. And for pre-beta, if I'm like always at the maximum, yeah, those are certain kinds of controls that I would add. But I'm going to set the max to like 4 game servers in pre-beta. Are using MySQL as a registry for running instances, and the Overseer as an instance with a registry volume attached. Overseer provisions as well. As a registry for running instances. For running, yeah, I am, essentially. And the Overseer is an instance with a registry volume attached. So there's no volume necessarily. So this diagram talks a little bit about what it is the Overseer does. But yeah, it keeps track of every other endpoint in the system, where endpoints are game servers, other overseers, account servers, and matchmakers. So I wonder if I should write for game servers here. No. So if we're provisioning a new game server AMI, we'll store the ID here in addition to storing it in the database. The reason why it's also stored here is so that we know whether we're the originator of the provisioning. So this is a string, essentially. Isn't MySQL running as an EBS volume? Yeah, but I'm running that in RDS. So they probably have a volume attached to that, but like that's opaque to me. Well, maybe it's not if I read the documentation, but eventually I'm going to be running it as a separate machine entirely with my own replication, but I don't think I need to do that yet. So check to see if we're already provisioning an AMI. And we know for sure, so if this exists, then we know we are. So return, I don't know, promise dot reject new error, already creating an AMI with ID equal to this. There. What happens when the overseer fails? So if only one overseer fails, there's a failover one that'll take over for it. If both fail, then that's a huge problem. And then yeah, botland probably goes down. But these would be in different regions most likely. So if they fail, it should be some issue on my end, which I could hopefully fix. But yeah, there's technically 2 points of failure that need to occur. And if they both occur, then yeah, there's a big problem. Right, so already creating an AMI with that. Great, cool. So now check to see if we're already provisioning an AMI. First, see if we're the ones who are provisioning it. Next, check the database to see if we're provisioning one. Yeah, type theory, something like that may have been a good idea. But I think at this point, like, I'm probably going to go forward with what I have, only because there's not a lot of time I really have budgeted for this at this point. Like, I want to spend the rest of May working on this, and then there's a lot of game stuff to work on, and then I wanted to release a beta in August. And there's a whole lot of other things to do after that. It's a Raft consensus built-in method of making failover clusters. Well, part of the thing with using any sort of consensus method is that I need 3 endpoints in a system just for the thing that uses that algorithm. And I think that's overkill at first. Like, I'm not saying you're providing a bad idea. I'm saying that I don't think I have time to look into this. Yeah. Well, and either way, this stuff would have to happen at the very least. where I need to make sure that overseers are always online. And then upgrading them becomes a bit of an issue too, I think, because you need another 3 instances. All right, so next check the database to see if we're provisioning one. So we have the database wrapper here. We have very few things in this database. Okay, so what do we say? We say git, what did I call this thing? AMI provisioning instance ID. Git, what did I call it over here? Did I call it the same thing? Provisioning AMI instance ID. Yeah, git provisioning AMI instance ID. So return this dot connects overseer data dot where key equals. Now here's where the keys should be saved somewhere. Database wrapper has database constants. No, it doesn't. Do we have any constants here? We do. So let's make database here and say something like provisioning database keys, I guess. Provisioning AMI instance ID. And then this should be in whatever this is called, snake case. Okay. And hey, Andoran, I don't think this is necessarily the over-engineering part. Like, I do think if Botland has a bunch of players playing, this infrastructure will let me just say, okay, it can handle it, and I don't need to do anything extra. I think some of these decisions, it might sound like, wait, why are you doing that? But that's because there can be errors at really any point in this process. And an in-memory database is fine until the thing holding that database crashes. And then how do you get the information that used to be in the memory of a crashed machine? Anyway. Okay, so let's get the overseer constants. How do I include these from somewhere else? Yeah, here. Stick with EBS volumes for this. Where did I paste that thing? This dot database keys dot that. Yeah, cool. And then we do a dot select here. Okay, now this doesn't necessarily have to return anything, so we should handle that case. So we do a dot den db resp. Oh, see a tree form. Yeah, I'll have to chat with you sometime about your infrastructure. So I kind of want to know some more about that. Send tree form a message about infrastructure. Okay. So db-resp.length equals 0, return null. Otherwise, return db-resp 0. Cool. And yeah, I think that's good. Okay, cool. So we can do this. So we do return this dot database wrapper dot get dot then. So this is provisioning AMI instance ID. So if that exists, then we have to terminate it. If it exists already, then just terminate it, since We don't know where it is in the provision. Actually, you know what? We could probably just take over for it. I don't know if that's a good idea, though. EJ. No, it's not that. I said I want to know what he did because his game is actually like in use right now. So if it exists already, then just terminate it since we don't know where it is in the provisioning process. Can't wait until programming language are replaced with stuff. Yeah, so if this exists, we got to terminate it. And I think we have a way of doing that, actually. Like, I'm pretty sure I wrote that. Let's see. Is there terminate instances here? Yeah, there it is. AWS util dot terminate instances. Now, what's weird about this is that we should provision it ourselves anyway. Yeah. Okay. And so the next thing we have to do, if this existed, we need to terminate it and then delete it from the database. Now delete the reference from the database. Horforia, that's Treeform's game. Treeform was just in chat. Get provisioning AMI instance ID. So yeah, deleting it from the database. I wonder if we have like a set key and a remove key thing from here. That's probably a better idea. Yeah, maybe I should do that instead. Get overseer data key. And then this would work just like this. And then there'd be set overseer data key value. And probably delete it. So if value is undefined, maybe we delete it. Anyway, we need to update this. So let's go find out where we update stuff. Huh, not in here. It should just be a simple update. Let's take a look. Here. Okay, so setting it, we get overseer data dot where key equals key, update value is value. Now this does not let us delete from there. So I guess we allow this to be null. Hey, Maddie plays. So now this thing can be just totally removed. We could probably have a check here too to make sure that this thing exists. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Let's make sure that this contains as a value this database key. Ensure overseer data key is valid. Okay, so we have overseer constants dot database keys. Let's go look at Lodash. Contains. Why is this not searching the left side? Come on. is there like a, there's has, what is this? Checks if path is a direct property of object. Now I want to see if it has a key. Keys in? Creates. I think it just contains. I don't know. I should test this out. Let's just try it. So we have an object. We have an object that looks exactly like this. So let's just set this. Cool. Now let's see ld.contains. Where is the contains function? Does that even, oh, it's includes. They changed it, right? Collection value. Yeah, so let's try ld.contains database keys and then this. ld.contains, oh, right, it's not called contains. I already said that. Includes true. Okay, yeah, that works. Yeah, so that's all we need to do. So we need Lodash in here. We need to go, what in the world? Oh, function lock. Sorry. So ensure this is valid. So we do key. Do you always use all lowercase file names? I do for JavaScript, yeah. This is a also hi, encrypted feelings. This is a vestige of me using the Clojure compiler, which now that I think about it, might not have had case sensitivity. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where that's coming from, actually. I mean, where the habit's coming from. So in any of these, we need to make sure this thing is correct. And we can just do a promise.reject if not. So if not, this dot ensure key is valid. Return promise.reject new error. Key is not valid for the overseer data table. Do we return that first? We could just call that. It's not even an asynchronous function, but it might make things easier here. Well, I don't know. I'll just duplicate this for right now. So then we can get rid of this, and then we should be fine. Okay, yeah. So let's just comment this out for now. We'll get rid of it later. And then instead of calling that function here, what we'll do is we'll say get overseer data, I believe. Yeah, get overseer data. And then we'll pass in the key ourselves. So we do that, which means we need overseer constants, which we have. Okay, so the rest of that should be fine. So if that exists, then delete the reference from the database. So we don't technically have a delete here. I could make one really fast. Report it. Delete overseer data key value, or key, I mean. This is not really needed, but whatever. It's the only place where I delete things. Okay, there. For key equals key. And we'll do the same thing here. And like I said, I think this can be simplified a little bit, but yeah, fine. Return this dot database wrapper dot delete this. Cool. And then after that, so now that we have terminated, now that we know for sure that we're not provisioning an AMI, let's start to provision it. All right, and with that, I will take my first bathroom break of the day because I know where I left off. So I'll be right back. I'm back. Hey, Pro Sam. Both Overseer instances failed while you were in the bathroom. The players are revolting. Alright. So now that we know for sure that we're not provisioning AMI, let's start to provision it. So this is the process that I had here. It was creating a VM. This is not the right idea though. It's this actually. And this is going to need to get renamed. Impossible type theory. Impossible. Provision the machines that the game servers will run on. Yeah, so pretty much all of the comments here are going to have to change. So we need some kind of base AMI for these to even use in the first place. Because here, I can't create an instance without some existing AMI. Also, I should probably write what this thing represents. Hey, Walter. Oh, hey, that's exactly what I wanted to ask you about. In fact, I have a note right here. I don't know if you saw this. Ask Wouter about what happened to the command wiki he was working on. Well, apparently here it is. Wait a second, what? Oh. Wait, so Wouter, I would just add whatever commands you have here to the main commands page. Like this one. And no, Wouter, I don't think you should work on the wiki at all if you've got like real life stuff. I appreciate it, but like really I don't want to add stress to your life. Plus, I don't know how many people actually look at this wiki. And I think slotting in some of the more used commands, or maybe some of the less used commands, I don't know which one, would be fine. Because this is already pretty good. And then Daru says, one thing I wonder about streaming and programming is whether you benefit from the constant rubber ducking. I think it helps. I also think just keeping me on task helps, which is what streaming usually does. EJ. Alright, so this happened to be here. Alright, yeah, there's still a lot more to do here. Okay, so let's comment this. If an overseer, so when an overseer provisions a new AMI for the game server cluster, it will store a value with this key in the database. That way, if the overseer fails, the secondary overseer can pick up where it left off. Yeah, I'm gonna need a base AMI for this. Hey, backslash. Argues with himself over the code. Gaining insight into a madman's mind. So yeah, I need a base AMI for this too, which means this thing needs to be set as well. So let's write this down. Keep track of the base AMI for game servers, for new game server AMIs to use. Add REST APIs that let us change the base AMI for game server AMIs to use. there? Man, there's a bunch of this. Yeah, one thing I kind of want to figure out is how, or even if this is possible for me, to listen to music while I stream. Not necessarily share the music with you guys. I don't want my streams muted, but I don't know if it would distract me or not. Anyway, tag me in messages if you want to get my attention. I'm going to try to focus on this for a second. And hopefully I mean many minutes instead of just a second. Okay, so this is what's going to create a single instance right now. And in the future, what we'll do is we'll just pass in a different AMI. Then we won't have any sort of... Darn it, this is going to take more than today. I can't see this taking less than 7 hours. Something's going to need to start this up. Something... Yeah, all right, fine. So let's write this. So this is provision game server AMI. Which actually this can't work unless we do this. Okay, so not this dot overseer state. Oh, also the whole phone home thing. Oh man. I gotta plan this out better than what I'm doing right now. Because this is gonna be a big hassle. I gotta figure out what the difference is between the first AMI that I create and then all subsequent ones. I'll show what I mean by that in a second. So creating an AMI. So first of all, some background for viewers. The AMI is an Amazon machine image, and it's essentially just a snapshot of a virtual machine from which we can produce... No, actually, that's pretty much it. So I plan on using an AMI that contains an up-to-date game server so that when I need to provision a new game server, it's very quick, because I'm really just loading a snapshot instead of an empty VM. Okay, so the issues that I think I have right now are the whole phone home thing. I gotta figure out where that's happening, startup, I don't know, a bunch of this. So I think creating the AMI, I make a new VM, and I make a new VM with a base AMI that knows how to phone home. It phones home with this. Wait, what did I really write? Oh man, so much of this. All right, it phones home with the provision me as a game server. I guess via this API. So at that point, we kick off Ansible and finish setting up a game server. So at some point, I'm going to need to change the Ansible process so that we don't actually start the game server that we provision. Hey, Capillara. How's your arm doing? I make a new VM with a base AMI that knows how to phone home. It phones home. We kick off Ansible. Then finally, when Ansible is done, we can save the AMI and update the database. Cool. So then, using the AMI is make a new VM, eventually reuse EBS volumes if we have them. Better and better? Nice. make a new VM with our created AMI. Why are you making an AMI if you're using Ansible? They're opposites. No, I'm going to use Ansible to create the AMI. That's what I was saying earlier. Like, I already have all this code that sets up an entire game server right now. Instead, I'll just make it set up the game server AMI, and that'll be perfect. Then I don't have to write any bash layer because I already have everything done in Ansible. It's the greatest plan. I actually think it's a smart plan. Because right now, I'm doing it on every machine. In the future, I'll just do it on the AMI, and then I'll use the AMI for things. So I think it's a good plan. Make a new VM with our created AMI. Then something, I guess that AMI needs to know to start the game server cluster on startup. Yeah, I gotta figure that out. Whew. But that's pretty much how Phone Home works. We're gonna make another one-shot service. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. This is going to be a one-shot service, just like Phone Home, which actually means I should turn off Phone Home. I need to turn off the Phone Home service. How do I do any of this? PhoneHome.service is built right into the AMI. Oh, darn it. This sucks. This sucks. I don't know how I'm going to do this. This is baked right into the AMI. How I'm going to do that. I could hack my way around it by checking for the existence of a file or something. If it turns out to be too hard. Maybe there's some way to disable the service. I don't know. Alright, let's see. Why not just make a new AMI? I mean, that's what I'm in the process of doing. Wait, okay, so yeah, type theory. How are you lost here? Because I can clarify. Because I'm going to keep coming back to this thing that I'm typing up right now. What's the Phone Home issue then? So okay, there are two AMIs that I'm talking about here. There are two AMIs. One is the base AMI. This is what we use. This is what we use. Well, so there's the game ready game server cluster AMI. This has a game server cluster. It has all up-to-date game server code and will start a game server cluster when the machine starts. And then this is what we use as the base for the above AMI. What I'm talking about is that this base AMI has the Phone Home script in it. This has the Phone Home script in it. So the problem is that I only ever want this to happen once, because this script, the way that the way that this works is that it calls into this API, which I don't know. Yeah, that can't happen. So why don't you want it to Phone Home? Well, I want it to Phone Home. I guess there's two different senses of Phone Home. One is this one, where it says provision me as a game server, which kicks off Ansible. That's the thing that should only happen once. The other kind of phoning home is registration, which, yes, should happen, but that's done via different API. So it's basically the difference between this, which curls into a particular API, and the registration, which just curls into a different API. So it's just which API is called. So I got to figure out a way to disable this. And like I said, at the very least, here's the simplest way I could do this. I could just say something at the top here like, if file exists, something like this, test, then just exit 0. And that way, there's more to the top of the script. But anyway, picture that this was the top line. I could do something like this where I bail out if that exists, and I just make sure it exists at the end. That's a super hack, but alternatively, what I could do is I could only ever have it call into like a register function, and then the overseer knows what state it should be in. I guess based on, I don't know what. I'd throw it into a node module. So Wouter, I don't know. I don't think I really have time to think about this right now. I was gonna say I think just throwing them all into the old page is totally fine. Just add any ones that you don't see there. Just having them as one massive list is probably okay because people could just search for them. And if they're browsing them, then I guess categories are helpful, but they're only 3 or 4 that people would actually want to use. Like a lot of these commands are things. Anyway, I don't think I have time for this right now. So you can programmatically determine what you need to do and update over Sinopia when new logic is available, so you don't need to recreate AMIs each iteration. But that's going to be much slower because if I do things that way where game server starts up, checks to see if it's the latest version, if not, downloads new code, like this is the time consuming process. I mean, even if this took like 3 seconds, that means that until I get a new AMI out there, it's going to, this is going to be 3 seconds on every new game server. So I think what's better is I have the overseer check for new game server code and auto update the AMI if I want. Just for the base agent part. Okay, wait, maybe there's a misunderstanding here. I'm not talking about creating a new AMI for each iteration. Don't you want the AMI due by... I don't understand what you mean by that last message. Cache EBS. Oh, to be dynamic. Yeah, and I was thinking, here's what I was thinking of. It was like, Overseer makes a new AMI when I tell it to for the game server cluster. Then at that point, it invalidates its entire cache of EBS volumes. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do here. I think this would be fine. Because I want spinning up a game server to be as fast as possible. Yeah, and I guess in this way, it wouldn't be because then when I spin up new EBS volumes, that's just going to take time. So every time I update all the game servers, that's it. Yeah, great. Make a build script that adds the latest base agent, game server, get etc. to the AMI. Base agent can handle logic. So that base agent can just be the game server. Or wait, no, maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta think about this some more. So if I do this, then I'll lose fast startups. The base agent handles the phone home logic, right? I don't. So by base agent, I don't know if you're talking about overseer. Like phone home is kicked off by a one-shot service, which is like a Linux construct. So there's no node code running there. Consolidated in one system. I see what you're saying. That's not. Oh man. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Okay. Well, I understand what you're talking about at least. So EJ is suggesting that I make a new small node module that is only responsible for contacting the overseer. Instead of phone home.sh, I run the node module. I have to bake this into the AMI. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. This agent could be responsible for updating code as well. I wonder if, maybe what I could do, startups until I have a large enough cache, EBS volumes. I could use I could continue to make use of the old Ansible provisioning to just update Git maybe. Oh, see you, Jay. Maybe I should just run some tests here. How long does it take for me to make a new VM with a new EBS volume and then be able to use it? I think the answer is like more than a minute. Because I can't SSH that quickly in new VMs. Oh, there are too many problems here. I don't want today to become another wash. So I might just skip this for now. Because this is probably going to take like a solid 2 days to fix everything. Let me see. Yeah, I'm always going to have that problem though. Like, what do I do when I don't have an EBS volume around? Hey, Serving Ninjas. Use AWS SSM. What is SSM? Simple Systems Management. Okay. I should keep this in mind. Surfing Ninja is mentioned, which would let me send commands to run. How is this different from their like IT automation stuff with Chef? It sounds like it's lighter weight, but it sounds like it also accomplishes the same thing. Okay, yeah. So no matter what, I'm always going to have to solve the problem where I have EBS volumes that are out of date. Hey, Zebra. So I either, like, I could just wipe them all out, but then re-provisioning them will take time. I could have a layer on top of them where they know how to get updated. So either they do this themselves or the overseer handles it. Updating it, I mean, like, imagine if I upped the node version on something. I guess that's changing the base AMI that gets used, and then future ones. Yeah, I don't know. There's no easy way to accommodate updating versions of everything, short of just changing the AMI. AWS bill is crazy. Wait, what's ML? Machine learning. Huh, interesting. Wow. Wonder how well that works. All right, I think the first thing to do is to figure out how long it takes to make a new VM with a new EBS volume. I think I already know what that answer is. I think the answer is too long. Does it even matter? In what scenario do I even need new EBS volumes? Or how long? No. Okay, so my concern with this is that nothing else works this way. So I would have two entirely separate systems for performing updates. And my concern with this is that when I do an update, hundreds of game servers will need to have Ansible run on them. Like, maybe that's not a problem. And my concern just overall, concern with any of this is that it's another system to maintain. And the trade-off here is that I'd spend more time coding, but then people would spend less time waiting in a queue later. But it could be buggy. I don't know. It's just a very tough problem. Just for the sake of lowering queue times. Maybe, okay, no, there's another way I could do this. I could still have the overseer point to the old version of the game until there are enough EBS volumes backing the new version where I could switch people over. Excuse me. So all of these have issues. I don't think there is a really good solution here. Also, yeah, something else I should write on the to-do list is consider having a switch from automatic scaling to manual scaling. / remove game servers myself. What about Docker? How would Docker help me over AMIs here, though? Next version. Oh, because of the whole... Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, the way I look at this is AMIs are containers and Docker is containers, and I don't see... Oh, containers start instantly. Oh. I guess I see what you're saying. Yeah. Wheatley. I could use Docker for this since Docker would start immediately. So here's what I'm inclined to say. I'm inclined to say that I'll just do this the slow way until I get time to work on it the better way. Because this is the sort of thing where, like, I guess I'd be able to handle scale just not very quickly. Because I think this is probably, like, if I were to switch to Docker, that'd be an additional probably week of work. If I'm even just to fix the normal problems that I'm facing right now, that's probably 2 days. I don't think any of this is worth doing. I think it's too much. All right, I think we just scrap all this. And in fact, maybe I just make this a manual provision for now. Yeah, that's probably the best idea. Maybe just manually provision everything right now so that I can focus on this later. Wait, what part didn't I listen on? I think, yeah. No, I don't know. Huh. So for this, I would just make an API for, well, actually, I already have, where is it? So get health summary. What is this? Get game servers. There aren't any right now, huh? Wait, why aren't there any? Oh, these are games. Okay, got it. Yeah. So I have this, which lets me know that I have no game servers. What? What's going on here? First argument must be a string or buffer. What? Okay, let's... Can you... No, you can't do that. Win delete. Oh, it's the same as control W. Alright, let's start this again. I want to see what the overseer says here. Add an endpoint, a game server. But then, oh, this says successfully registered. What? I didn't change any code. It says first argument must be a string or buffer. And now it seems to be working fine. That's weird. Yeah, that is weird. Alright, let's do this. Yeah, so now it says that I have a one cluster ready. So yeah, what I could do is I could just make this like add or remove on my own. This is what Treeform was suggesting earlier. I think it's a good idea. Because I think fully automating this would be great. I'm like completely lost right now. And I also think it'd take like somewhere between 2 and 7 days to do. So make, that's what do I have. I have health, MMQ games. So make post servers, make Dell servers. And that's probably it, right? And maybe make a get servers. Or clusters. Yeah. Yeah, so this would take me about 20 minutes to do. Then nothing would be automatic. I'd have to do this every time I need to. And then it would take like 2.5 minutes after the time I did it. Have you considered spending more money and just using a platform as a service instead? So what are some examples of that? And no, I haven't considered it. I wonder how much of the work I'm doing is invalidated by what I'm about to do. I don't know. I think I'm going to do this though. And this totally removes the need for all the code I just wrote, which is unfortunate. Maybe I leave the code, but I don't do anything with it yet, because I'm probably going to want this eventually. What's this? How much does this cost? Also, why do they do this silly thing with the pictures? This is like when someone's first learning HTML and they figure out that, whoa, I can do on hover. Have the master overseer get health checks with CPU and memory from the other overseers if it's above the threshold of creating a new instance. This is free. What is this? What does this do? does this do? Maybe I don't understand platform as a service. I'll have to look this up later. Because I don't think I'm going to do this now. I think I'm going to do this for now. And I think the first thing I'm going to do is probably try to salvage as much of the code that I just wrote as I can. Okay, so let's check this out. This is not needed. The overseer data table is just a key value store for now, since it holds configuration values. These are all possible keys that can be used. I need to test all this stuff out. Oh boy. Database wrapper. So I haven't tested any of this actually. I don't know if this is a good idea, but I guess I'll write this stuff down. Ensures that a given key is valid or is one of the potential keys contained in overseer console.database keys. It's that's not even the right name for this. I should have renamed this all over the code base. Database keys, yeah, we can just do this. We can say overseer data keys. Yeah, except for that's not how you do find and replace. Okay, there we go. Table in the database. Okay. So and this just returns a boolean. False if the key is invalid. Gets a key or well string key. E.g. So this is going to be this overseer data keys. Hey Dennis, how's it going? Welcome back. Gets a key from the overseer data table in the database. I guess this is technically not a string. Not necessarily a string at least. And same thing here. I'll write out the descriptions later. Alright. Sets a value in the overseer data table. This is, I guess, technically a string, the value. And it returns a promise. Oh, whoops. No, I did that right. Weird. Deletes a key from the overseer data table. Alright. I mean, this code's probably fine. I'm not even going to test it because I don't plan on using it. But I don't want to lose it either. So I don't really feel like making a new branch for this. Hey, Riderino. Then I guess after doing this update today, so nothing is using this API right now. The code also isn't finished. I don't want to put this into a new branch, and I don't want to lose the code. So I'm checking it in. Either remove or finish this code. Yeah. Can you recommend any plugin to lint errors in Sublime, or do I need some external solution? I can't recommend any. I haven't used one, but I'm sure something's out there. And if not, you could always switch to Atom. Apparently Atom can do that inline. Okay, so there's like a bunch of to-do things in here, and I'm just not even gonna code this. I'm gonna check this stuff in. Okay, so then the only thing I should do here is lint this code. Man, no matter how much water I've been drinking in like the entire last day and a half, I've been thirsty still. Actually, just the last day, I guess. That's weird. Okay, so would have created a game server AMI, but we're not on AWS. Cool. And then missing semicolon. Yeah, actually, I didn't finish this code, so. Okay, so checking in incomplete code that isn't called from anywhere because I don't feel like making a new branch. This code lays the foundation for creating an AMI dynamically, for game server clusters dynamically. But there are too many unsolved problems. Preventing me from finishing it. Dennis, it doesn't seem to be flexible for fast coding. Indentation is not so perfect. Huh. Yeah, I haven't extensively used it, so I can't really vouch for it. Alright, so let's commit this. There, now you can just close out of all this stuff. Okay. So that's done. Now I can do this stuff. And this means, like, I'm fine with this. This means that for the next, like, 6 months, I guess, I'm going to be in charge of spinning up and winding down game servers. And I'll eventually probably just make some command line tools to do this. I don't expect it to be too difficult. I don't have a way to access this API though on, oh, darn it, let me check something. Yeah, I have. Okay, never mind. Excuse me. Okay, so I have been drinking a lot of water to compensate for being thirsty all the time. And now I need to use the bathroom again. So I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay. So I should put all these things somewhere and I guess tack this onto that document that I made here. Botland cluster scaling delete me in June. There. There's everything. It's just been lumped into one document now. Alright, so let's make these. Do you use Pomodoro technique? No, I don't. I don't think I've ever tried it either. It seems kind of strict to me. That's what? A certain number of minutes on and then a certain number of minutes off, right? Break down work into intervals, traditionally 25 minutes in length. And then what? I like how they wrote out the principles as though this is like pseudocode. If you have fewer than 4 check marks, go to step 1. Else, take a longer break, then go to step 1. Huh? Alright, so let's make all these other ones. We'll make a get clusters. We'll do a delete clusters, and we'll do a post clusters. So this is going to be get num clusters. This is going to be scaled down clusters. Actually, we should just have a get and a post. Like, you say how many, you get how many there are, and you say how many you want. And even this is going to be like super hard to do. Man, I do not like any of this. I am like thoroughly fed up with infrastructure stuff and want to be done with this. And I'm probably going to try to do as much as I can to be done. So, okay, this one's super easy. This one's much harder. When we want fewer clusters than we have, we need to mark one for deferred termination. Actually, we have that concept already. Maybe it won't be so bad. Wait, get num clusters and then set num clusters. And I guess when we say clusters, we should say game server clusters. So getting how many we have is really just get the game server summary. Why is this an asynchronous API? Oh, it gets the number that are being provisioned as well. That's why. Okay, well, we can just... This is going to be a really, really silly way of doing these things. So we'll do this. But it'll work. So we just say health summary, or game server state dot num total clusters. Okay, there. Cool. So that's done. Now we need set num game server clusters, comma 10. If, and do we have, yeah, we do. Okay, so if not is, sorry, if it is not a number, num clusters, then return rest.send 400 error number must be from the body here, I guess. We just put a number after this, actually. Yeah, okay, so let's get num clusters equals parse int rec dot params dot number comma 10 if, and do we have, yeah we do, okay, so if not is, sorry, if it is not a number, num clusters, then return rest.send 400 error number must be the number. I don't really know if I can make that any clearer. Okay, and then here we need to set the number of clusters, I guess. So whoops. I did all this in the wrong spot. Okay. All right, and then we'll set this here. And if that worked, then we just say 200. And if it didn't work, then cool. Okay, great. So let's start to plan this. Console.log got num clusters. Okay, so in order to try this out, we need to restart the overseer. That's gonna screw everything else up. Yeah. All right, so this is get number of games. Get game server. Get game server instance. Wait, what? What does this do? No master matchmaker exists. Yeah, isn't that a shame? My chat didn't break. I'm just not in a good mood right now. I think I need to start a game server for this to work. So the only way to do that is to actually join a game. Let's try that out. So I connected to Adam 2 as well. No, I'm still reading chat. Okay, so it puts us into a game. Now we should have... Okay, so this tells us who is in which games. So get game server instances and their players. Let's just put a sample thing here. Whoops. This returns something like this. Yeah, cool. Okay. So then we should also be able to do, let's duplicate this. We'll say get num game server clusters. And every time you click outside of this, it closes the dialog. So this is just clusters. And we hit send and we get, yeah. Okay, cool. This is just part of health summary. This is just a subset of get health summary. And then we have a set function. Let's edit this. This is set. No, this, what? What is this? Set num game server clusters. Oh, that's getting pretty annoying. There we go. No, that's wrong. And then this isn't needed. Wait, so what did I delete? Oh, whatever. I don't care. I'm not gonna fix that. Okay, so if we post to this and we just specify the number that we want, like 2 here, and hopefully I saved this. Did I? Yeah. Oh, I've seen this GIF before. kids. So let's hit set on this and then figure out. Oh, that broke. Cannot read property then of undefined. Oh, this needs to return a promise. So it says 2. Okay, fine. So then that's all I needed to do for right now. Now I need to think about how this works. So if we don't have enough, so that means we need to find a way to get how many we currently have. How do we do that? Total game servers. Is that what this is? What? Num total clusters. Where does this exist? Oh, here it is. Oh, size of game servers. So I write something over here. Okay. So I wonder if I should make. No, I think this is fine. Let's do this. Cur_num clusters. Alright, so if cur_num clusters equals the number of clusters you want, then just return promise.resolve because we're obviously done here. If they're not the same, so if we have more, let's do this. So if we currently have too many, then scale down by marking. Oh, we can't do this. We need to figure out how many we have that aren't already marked for termination. So we need to figure out how many are already marked for termination. And in fact, even when we do this, if there were ones that were marked for termination, like we don't know why they were marked. If they were marked because we wanted to scale down and now all of a sudden we want to scale back up, then we should just unmark it. Yeah. This is not good. Because we might be marking things for termination because they're bad instances. Oh boy. Alright. It's what? Terminate when finished? This thing. I don't think I'm gonna worry about this too much. Yeah, there's no way for me to do this right now. I don't have a way to get how many are marked for termination. Okay, so how would I do this then? Get all game server clusters, get all ready game server clusters. So I guess we get all of them and then from there filter out the ones that haven't been marked for termination. Get all game server clusters marked for termination. Because, okay, fine. So we're just going to do this. So if it's a game server, and endpoint dot there's a state here. Get game server state dot ID equals game server state, game server cluster state dot IDs dot terminate when finished. Yeah, I think that's it. Except for somehow I ended up writing this in the wrong place. Huh. So we need to use this here. Const game servers. So marked for termination equals that. So actually the current number that we have is this number minus the ones that are marked for termination. So let's do logger.info. We have that many game servers, and marked for termination. So we have Kernum clusters ready, or something like that. So if we still have too many, even counting the ones that are marked for termination, then the number that we need to mark, num that we need to mark equals the current number minus the number that we want. Okay, desired num clusters. Okay. And then we just go through all of them, and once we've gotten to that many, we're done. Seems like a bad idea. Maybe we get the ones that aren't marked for termination. Get the ready ones. I don't know. Well, we got to do this in here somewhere. So marking them for termination is easy enough, I guess. No, oh man, we gotta update the state in the database. Never mind. Yeah, this is gonna be annoying. Okay, well, let's just iterate over all the ones that we have. Get game server clusters. So we're going to iterate over these. And if endpoint dot so as long as it's not equal to this, then we're going to mark this for termination. So I guess we need to keep track of a list of promises too. So mark that for termination, then promises dot push this, and then num that we need to mark minus minus, which means that this can't be a constant. So then we return promise.all promises. Hey Dan, congrats. Alright, and then this has a fatal flaw of, well, no, that doesn't have a flaw. So to do eventually, we should keep track of why we're terminating instances. Dennis, I'm just sick of infrastructure stuff. And no, Dan, it doesn't matter whether you do well or not, you're finished. That's good, right? Eventually we should keep track of why we're terminating instances, so that if we marked one for termination due to scaling down, then now we could just unmark it if it's up to date, so that it's ready to accept more requests. Alright, but since we're not going to do that now, what are we going to do? Well, for one, we need to know that this is the case, I guess. So the current number of clusters is less than the desired number. So cons num to create equals desired number minus the current number. Well, that's even better than Dan. Provisions a VM that will run a game server cluster. Get the number being provisioned. Try to create that many. That might be it. I don't know. I think that's it. So, all right. Let's write this down. Logger.info. I'm working on scaling up and down game servers right now. I settled on doing this manually, which is also kind of upsetting me. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so marking clusters for termination. And then that should be good. And so this one is creating num to create clusters. Okay, so let's try this out. At the very least, the log messages should be correct, but this won't actually do anything. So let's try this out. We're going to say get number of clusters. We get 0. And now here's where we have to do, let's set the number of clusters. So let's set it to 1, let's say. We hit send. It says creating 1 cluster. Would have provisioned 1, but we're not on AWS. So what about 2? Yeah, creating 2 clusters, 3, 4. Yeah, and if I try to create 5, that's higher than the max of 4. Okay, so this might work. I can't really work on balancing yet. Balancing is not something that we can do until the game is like finished, I think. I think balancing comes at the end. And what was this? This is a problem. Marked for termination. Oh, this should have been... That was a bug. Also, there's not much else I can work on other than infrastructure right now. Like, I need to finish this stuff before I move on to anything else. 0 marked for termination, so we have 0 ready. Okay, good. Yeah, I think this is fine. Alright, this is intended to be a manual way of scaling up or down game server clusters. You simply set the number of clusters that you'd like available, and this will handle the rest. Okay, I mean, oh yeah, this stuff looks fine. simple wrapper around set num game server clusters in the endpoint monitor. And I'll write here, this function, why can't I type, is just a subset of, this isn't even the right thing, this one, it's the number of this isn't even helpful. We want to know the number that weren't marked for termination. Yeah, this API just shouldn't exist. Yeah, I don't think this should exist. So I think we delete it. I delete it from here too. Let's just move it to deleted APIs. And now that's the first one where I actually want to make folders for this. So account server, that's where this stuff goes. Excuse me. And then overseer admin interface. And that's where we put this. Okay. So that's it. Yeah, I mean, what should come next is testing this. It'd be really hard to test. Really hard. But I think that's a step that has to come next. I can't imagine not testing this. Yeah. So wipe out the existing database. Hey Memoron, welcome back. Wipe out the existing database. Provision a new database. Yeah, it has been. There's a new database. Try making 2 game server clusters. Terminate one of them, and then try creating another. Is beta out? No, it won't be for another probably 3 or 4 months. I think I'm still on schedule for that, but it's kind of hard to say. Any playable version? Yeah, there's a playable version. You can still play it by whispering the bot the word game. And it'll give you access to this site, which I hope is online. Yeah, it is. Oh, and Horforia is online. Huh, imagine that. Okay, well, I'll deploy my bots. I want them to have that. There. They'll go and clean up the arena. Great. Yeah. So I probably should not have done provisioning first today. And the upgrade stuff is going to be a lot of testing too. You have an extension that turns background colors into the opposite, so it darkens out. What? Why? Why did they make everything white though? maybe... No, that doesn't make any sense, right? Yeah, weird. Yeah, Mimron, I don't know what to say about that. I think you'd have to just turn off the extension when you play this game. Alright. One of the things I wonder about is, should I start working on the test framework for this? Yeah, so file away the rest of the notes here to a different header. And then figure out whether it's better to start writing the test framework so that I don't need to test upgrade scenarios in the wild, or whether I should just move on to the upgrade scenarios. Alright, well, this won't ever be easier to do, so let's just do this now, I guess. I gotta go start up a whole bunch of stuff for this to work. So that's one of them. Then the other thing, let's run AWS here and do create overseer 1. I don't know about this. Okay, cool. So this is usually pretty annoying to do, and I don't see this being any different. I probably need to push a bunch of code. Push all of my code. Alright, well, that thing is starting up. Let's go do the code push. What's this? Oh, this stuff isn't even used. Yeah, fine. I'll just check this in. This is for an unfinished feature in the infrastructure repo. Now, Wheatley, I think I'm probably going to take a break in a little bit and then come back and work on something different. So, okay, I pushed this. And then I think I need to push this stuff too. Did I do this? Get and set. Okay, so add a couple of APIs added an API for manually scaling up and down the number of game server clusters. Right. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so add an API for manually scaling up and down. Alright, so commit and push that. Then I need to deploy this stuff. Yeah, alright, so deploy. And I guess let's put the account server on there too. Okay, so there's that. So let's check that in. Hopefully all this makes sense. There are going to be a couple of things we don't really need in there. Or at least I thought there would be. Let me take a look at this again. No, I guess this is all fine then, huh? Okay, so newest account server. What does this even do? Oh yeah, this is This mostly has registration related changes. Okay, so that's done. This one is on its way to finishing. Then we can check that in. Should be finished very soon. There it goes. Okay, so I think this is also, what is this actually? Cluster master has what, games finishing? I apparently handled failures differently here and reported health differently. I don't know. I'm gonna need that password that I don't have, so I'll just write new deploy here. And then, okay, great. So let's try this out. Let's get the IP address here. Although I should be able to connect two, I believe. Maybe, nah, it doesn't matter. All right, so let me do this over here for a sec. Okay, so I'm in. Let's go make MySQL hdb.bot.land-p. Oh, right, this again. SQL client. All right, so that's gonna take some time. Let me get the database password. Where is this? There it is. Okay. See, I gotta wait for this to finish. So I guess have I deployed everything? Maybe I have. So push all my code, wipe out the existing database. That's something I'm gonna have to do manually. Then provision the new database is something that I can do in an automated way. Oh, come on. I know this is in here. Oh, it's in Ansible. So initialize the database. Connects migration. So just run this. This shouldn't be too bad. I've got to update the hosts in here. Update inventory. So what's the IP address of the overseer? This. So let's go on to here and do vim prod host. And we're going to put it there. And apparently we need an account server for this. Is that even true? It's probably true. Well, we don't have it. Alright, well at least that worked. Is this thing done? Can I run MySQL now? Can't connect to local MySQL server, that's fine. But we can do this, right? Now let's try this out. Okay, cool. So drop database botland. Oh, wait a second. Let me take a look at the database for just a sec. Use botland, select star from users. Wow, there's 16 accounts. Look at this. All these people are going to be gone. I'll miss you, you suck. Oh, you guys. I really shouldn't show this, but I'm going to. Not for long, but I'll show it nonetheless. Let me cut out the worst ones here. Cutting out anything that looks real. Yeah, okay. So here are the email addresses that we collected. Oh boy. All right, so let's do this. I've got to drop the database. Drop database botland. There. Now we got to recreate the database by copying this into here. I don't think this is going to work though, because this requires an account server to exist, which I guess just means that I've got to go start up an account server. So how does create all work? Let's go to AWS main. Create all. Yeah, so if I do create all, perfect. Okay, now let's get the IP addresses. All right, and then we just set these things correctly and we should be good to go. So this is the account server. We put this here and we put this here. This is the matchmaker. That's my email. It's been leaked now. Okay. Now we wait for the account server to start up. So let's try SSHing into it. I got to do this off screen. Yeah, so this is part of the issue. Like, just starting up an AMI, it's already been, what, like 20 seconds since I started it? 30 seconds maybe? And I can't SSH into it, which means it's not fully online yet. And I don't know, this doesn't bode well for scaling botland. I think users will be forgiving enough at first, but it's something that would very quickly get on my nerves if I were playing a game. If I saw like, hey, you were just added to the queue, but we don't actually have game servers ready, it's possible that your queue time goes up to like 3 minutes. And yeah, that's just too bad. But SSH is still not working. Yeah, it's the right IP address. All right. Well, it says connection refused. I'm just waiting for this thing to finish. Yeah, so like a solid minute of the startup time is, I guess, just associating the EBS volume or maybe making a new EBS volume. And then, of course, spinning up the VM itself. Oh, here we go. It's finally working. Okay, so now I'm in the machine. I'm on the account server. And that means that I should be able to run this command. Let's try it out. Did I write those 3 scripts here? Oh, setting it up quickly, yeah. Run these 3 commands. I should say allow game server termination is true. Also, this is only needed by the overseer, as far as I know. Yeah, like account servers don't have the same thing. Let's just double check that before I go off and do crazy stuff here. Yeah, it's only passing the overseer. Okay, so we should be fine. So all this is doing is setting up the database. Let me go take a look and see if this is working correctly. So MySQL. Okay, there. So yeah, here we are. I just need to scroll the screen up a bunch of times. So let's go back to here. This isn't even totally done. So it's got to install everything. And then it'll finally be able to create the new database. Oh boy, isn't this exciting? Alright, there we go. So, oh, and that all totally failed. Isn't that wonderful? Column key used in key specification without a key length? Oh, because I said it had to be unique? Fine. Hey, Mike. Well, time to go redo everything. Isn't this great? Also, I never use text with, let me just search for this. Yeah, I always use string when I want to say that there's a limit for this thing. I wonder what the difference is. Yeah, like here I have a unique value that I set a length for. I wonder what the difference is. String. Adds a string column with optional length defaulting to 255. Oh, I guess that's the only difference. Text doesn't let you do that. Nope. Okay, yeah, guess I gotta make that a string. So let's say string, and then the length of this is gonna be the length of the biggest key that I have in database constants. It's not database constants, though. It's like overseer constants or something. I don't know. Let's just say it's 255. Great. Okay, so these things shouldn't have ever existed there. Let's check this in and then do another push. Yeah, so fix the bug in the overseer data table where I wasn't specifying a length for a unique key, unique text key. Yeah, they're auto properties. Hi, Neuromancer. Okay, so this part's fine. The part that's not fine. How many commits have I made? I can check. I don't know. Oh, 1,363. At least to that repository. Okay, so now it's a matter of getting the code over to here in the REST server. This database migrations. So we just got to copy this over to there, I think. Let's do that. Copied as copy. What? What did I just do? There we go. So I just need to check this in. Commit. Fix the database bug. Okay, so I don't think I don't think any of this exists. Although I don't know for sure. It does, yeah. So drop database botland because that was broken. And then let's rerun this. This should go a lot faster this time. It still won't be very fast. Hey, Deadbringer. I wonder how long. I mean, if this works, and I just never get to the point where I'm automatically provisioning game servers, I could just spend a bunch of money, kind of have this work, even in production. It's a bad idea. It's just a bad idea. All right, let's say use botland. So now we have describe tables. That's not how you do it. Show tables. Describe overseer config. Okay, that works. Hey again, Serving Ninjas. How'd you do? All right. What do we do now? Now we do this stuff. And then we're good. And everything should be running. Oh, wait. No, that's not true. Darn it. Why is there so much? I got it deployed. No. These things are separate. Yeah, never mind. I can do this. All right, so we just create a bunch of these. So in one of these, I provision the overseer. There, great. In one of these, I provision the account server. Provisioned.yaml could not be found. Oh. There. So those things are being started on. And finally, this. Okay, good. So then the only other thing I need to do is deploy publish to AWS. Go publish to AWS. No, but that won't work. I need to do a couple of things first. Oh man. All right, we need to set a date in here somewhere. Where do we do this? Here. So he says it's 5:20 at 12:01. Set node env equals production. Then there we go. Okay, and then maybe everything will work, right? Actually, no, I'm gonna use the bathroom because even if this works, it's gonna take forever. So I don't know why I have to. Yeah. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. So this should have published, and it should have given me a URL, or maybe that's not needed. I don't remember how this works. Let's take a look. Does this have all the new account registration stuff? Oh, it does. And this stuff should be running now. It'd just be practically impossible to get any information out of it. So that's done, and that's done. Okay, so then the only thing I can really do here is set a password when I call into this API. So let's say generate code for curl. Oop. Copy to clipboard. And paste this into here. This should work, right? Yeah. So now if I do a different password and a different URL entirely, and then I set security groups differently, oh man, there's a lot of stuff to do here. Okay, let me think about this for a second. So I have a password here. I gotta paste this in. I gotta do this off screen for a sec, sorry. And then instead of this, I go to wherever the overseer resides. What is the overseer's IP address? Here. And it's running on 8080. So yeah, this is totally gonna fail. I need to log into AWS console. Alright, sorry, I gotta do this off screen too. Basically everything that involves logging in I gotta do off screen. And I need my phone for this too. Let me turn off my camera for a second. Okay. Okay, so I'm logged in. I need to set... Oh, darn it, I think I need to do this off screen as well. The overseer has the wrong security groups. Oh wait, no, this already exists. I did this already. I just need to use a different port. Oh, I don't remember this. It works. Okay, so I can show you guys the output of this command. I just can't show you the command that I ran. At least I hope I can show you this. Well, it's on the screen now, so you can already see it. Yeah, so here's everything. So we have 0 being provisioned, and we have 0 ready. I don't know how this is possible. Hey, Pat Acoustic. It's not going so great today. Yeah, also this is wrong. Huh. Yeah, well, how could this even happen, though? Overseer. Did I write, yeah, alright, so somewhere here, I gotta SSH into this machine. I should have done this originally. Actually, I did do it originally. Finish provisioning with Ansible. Wait, what? It didn't say it was provisioning, though. And yeah, now the game server's ready. What in the world is going on? So if I paste this over here, well, would you look at that? So now I have 4 games ready to be played. Is anyone sitting in the queue? I don't know what the heck is going on. Okay, so the number of game servers being provisioned. Oh, it only counts AWS. Oh, man. Alright, I gotta write this down. Only counts clusters that are being provisioned according to AWS, not for Ansible. Okay, well, here's what this means. It means that you guys can go to this URL and you can click register, So I'm going to log in as, I guess, just Adam. Input email address. I don't really care if you guys know my password. It's password now. There. So I now have an account. I'm the first person to sign up. And I hit join game. So add a user to queue. Okay. Alright. So that worked. I guess I could just go register another account and then it would put us into a game together. So let me go do that. So I'm going to make Adam 2. Okay, cool. Now we hit join game and it puts these two into the same game, right? Adam and Adam 2, yeah. Okay. Cool. So now let's get a health check on everything and see what's going on. So here is what we have. Matchmaker state says nothing really that helpful. Num running games is 1. Utilization percent, 25%. So, oh, and I can see other people making accounts now too. Wait, no, I can't. Just one person. Okay. Where does this... All right, here's what I'm going to do. We're going to see if I can scale up the number of game servers that we have. I can't really show this on screen, can I? No, this could potentially leak information to you guys. All right, fine. I'm going to do this off screen then. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to call into this API that I had over here, which is set num game server clusters. So I'm going to try that. Let's see. We post to clusters/2. Get is not allowed. Oh, whoops. I gotta do post. Okay, and that totally failed. Provisioning not a number game servers. Invalid integer value, not a number. How did that happen? How did that happen? I'm doing exactly what was... Oh, what's this? The body and the header has a password? The body doesn't need a password. How did this get here? This just says status 200 okay. Matt August, thanks for following. You're the first follower for today. Probably because I've been in a bad mood and people are not very chatty. Huh. I don't know. This is strange. I'm trying to call into this API. Post password. There's a header with the passwords, but it says provisioning not a number of game servers. So what's calling into this? Geez, I wonder why. Maybe I set the max to... No, that doesn't make any sense. Do we have the max? We don't have the max. Why did I not print that out? Report what the min/max number of game server clusters are in the health summary from the overseer. And Rain, thank you too for following. Okay, well, if you guys register for accounts on here, you should be able to play with each other. But I don't know. So here's what's happening on the matchmaker right now. Player 2 was me, and it made a match. Then player 3 joined and left the queue. Player 4 joined and left the queue. So whoever player 3 is, you're the person who made the account named Async. Oh, there you go. Yeah, player 3 joined the queue, and now you guys should be in a game. And no one's in the queue any longer. So cool, I guess. But I'm trying to scale up the number of game servers. If you're Stephen Hawking, then yeah, you're player number 4. And you should be in a game with Async. I don't understand this, though. Invalid integer value, not a number. So the only place that can come from is here with set num game server. Desired number of clusters. No, this should have printed out. We have... It says we have 1 game server and 0 marked for terminations. We have 1 ready. Then it said creating 1 cluster, which is right here, num to create. Then we get into here. Desired number? This is going to be an integer, right? Maybe that's not the case. Parse int. No, this is a number. What? What's going on? Is something somehow converting this into a string? Desired number of clusters, that's definitely a number. And then you subtract the current number, which is also definitely a number. What is going on here? And then this function is printing out invalid parameter, invalid integer value. I don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand. Right here, this is printing out not a number. Why? Why would it do this? Oh, maybe the max isn't set correctly? No idea. Debugging Node isn't so bad, type theory. It's not really different from debugging client-side JavaScript. In most cases, you're probably using exactly the same tools. Alright, I don't really need to be in this game. I don't know what's going wrong. Actually, it has to be this. Yeah, okay, so it has to be this. So number to create is apparently not a number. It came from here, though. So apparently, if you do math.min not a number 5, it'll give you not a number. Wow. So that means that one of these things is not equating to a number. I don't know which one necessarily. Maybe count is undefined somehow. Get num game servers being provision. Promise I'll resolve 0. Otherwise, get count of instances and then return count. Oh boy. Sum plus equal, return sum. Yeah, I don't think it's that. So that means that it must be the other part of this. It must be this one. Max game server clusters minus the number of existing. So let's take a look at number of existing. Oh, that's the problem. Oops. Oh, man. Man. All right. Well, at least I figured it out. So I got to just do underscore.size on this. Now the issue is how do we restart this to fix the bug? That's not going to be easy. Because I need to restart everything. Too bad. All right, let's check this in. Fixed a bug where I was using an array instead of the length of the array. So when it comes to fixing that on the other end here, I need to stop everything. So let's do that. Get poll. Then vim prod, Ansible prod. So this tag stop get start. Let's just do DT quotation mark and then bash Ansible prod. This will stop everything, which means that, wait, it won't stop the game server though. Oh man. Oh, whoops. Darn it. Oh man. Alright, that'll stop everything now. Which means that if we try logging in again, it should fail because I stopped the account server. Why is this not working? Why isn't this working? What's going on here? What? Oh, maybe this just has a really long timeout on this? Because it shouldn't need to connect to the account server. I bet it does have just too long of a timeout. Anyway, that's fine. So when I restart... So these players are still connected into a game. And if I deploy a bot that moves, we should actually see them move. Yeah, because these are still working. As soon as I restart everything here, let's go back into... Let's do a git checkout Ansible prod. And I only have 3 minutes to do this. And then I think we can just run this bash Ansible prod fast. Alright, so this will start everything up, and in the process it'll kill the game server. Maybe it won't actually. I don't know what's going to happen. But we'll see whatever's about to happen print out here. Yeah, here we go. Oh, here. What is this? Picked up a healthy game server from the database. Oh, so it's not going to terminate it. Wow. I wonder if this is actually going to work. And then this thing immediately started. I wonder because it either timed out. Yep, it timed out. So I just need to lower the timeout on that. Lower the timeout on the client contacting the account server. On AWS, it seems to halt. Okay, so everything's back online. Now I should be able to have it provision another game server entirely. Let's try this. So here goes nothing. Oh, look at that. We have one game server, so we have one ready, creating one cluster, provisioning, successfully tagged. Okay, cool. So this game server is still running. I'm going to now set that I only want one. No, I'm not. I'm not going to do that. That's a bad idea. I guess we'll just let this work. So this is the first time I've ever had this many instances running on AWS. Now I have I have 3 game servers. Wait, that's not good. Why do I have 3? What happened here? This right here, provisioning one game server. Oh, darn it. That's not good. That's, no, none of this is working. Okay, so bug. When promoted to master, the overseer doesn't seem to take into account existing game servers. It provisioned a new one even though it already had one. And then I think this is another bug. When doing set num game server clusters, it doesn't take into account how many are being provisioned with Ansible. I don't know. This I don't really care about. This isn't really such a big deal. Well, we should be keeping track of that. But this is a big problem. So, promoted to master. How does this work? Get the number of existing clusters. All game server clusters at length. And create the minimum number, which is 1, minus the number of existing, which should have been 1. Man. I don't know. That must mean that these weren't added correctly. It's the only thing I can think of. Is right here, non-critical endpoints. But if we look at the log here, where was it? Right here, added an endpoint. And then it immediately said provisioning. Why did it do that? Oh, maybe it's a race condition. Maybe. I don't know. Get all game servers, and then we provision them here, though. Well, I should have had a log call in here. We were just promoted to master. Check if zombie game server. Check out the endpoint. Add endpoint. And this is one promise, which gets put into our collection of promises. So it's only once we've done all of that. We were just promoted to master. Main game server clusters equals. And we only have num existing clusters. So creating num to create. Hello, beginner. Okay, so I don't have an answer for why it created an extra one, which I guess gave a total of 3. So now when I get the health summary, here's what I have. It says total clusters 2. What? I don't even know. It said there were 3, didn't it? Added an endpoint game server. Then it provisioned one new one. And then I said to make another one. Yeah, so it should have had 3. I don't think it knows about the existing one. I think that failed. Yeah, I don't know about this. Do you like walk? Do you mean work? And the majority of the time, yeah. An endpoint registered itself with us. Yeah, so we have 4 non-critical endpoints. 3 are game servers, 1's an account server. But this only knows about total clusters 2. I wonder what the IP addresses are. Actually, that would be pretty helpful. Let's go write these down. So IP address number 3. Paste this into here. Okay, IP address number 2. And IP address number 1, where's that? Really should get rid of these errors. Yeah, sure, law beginner. Okay, we can see very clearly that there are 3 different IP addresses here. There's a problem. There is a big problem. Yeah, and the database knows about these three too. Wow. I don't know what caused this to happen. Yeah, so we're only getting 2 game servers in our reports. There are other reports I can do here. I could say this. This is just a get games. Oh, there are no games running. No one's apparently playing a game. What about, is anyone in the queue? Players in queue, 0. Yeah, so nobody's waiting in the queue. It's been online for 7 minutes. I don't really care whether someone is or not right now. What I care about is why this thing's returning the wrong number. This right here. It says oh, now it says 3. What? I just ran this. It said 2. Yeah, right there. Total clusters 2. How did this get updated? Apparently there's no problem, and I'm just going crazy. Where did this happen? I don't know. I don't know. Whatever. I guess there's no bug because it's now reporting the right number. Even though when I was doing this here, it said the number of running. Maybe the game had to finish on it? I don't know what this is. Okay, I don't think there is a bug then. No. This part's definitely a bug. Oh man, I don't know. I just don't know. Maybe I just try restarting this. I'm gonna cancel this. Where's that JSON blob coming from? That's coming from this. But I'm running this off screen because this is contacting localhost. The one that contacts the real one is using a better password than just password, so I can't show that on screen. Actually, I could if I change my query to use an environment variable. Okay, Wouter. Man. Also, require Ansible. Oh wait, this is, never mind. That's correct. That's all correct. The stuff that, like, that should not be the same over here. We should be on production. Yep. Require Ansible is true. Yeah. Okay. All that stuff is fine. Huh. All right. Well, I just need to figure out this problem then. When promoted to master, the overseer doesn't seem to take into account existing game servers. It provisioned a new one even though we already had one. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. We're going to set the number of game servers down to 1. And we're going to see if it terminates 2 of them. So there we go. Marking 2 clusters for termination. Now what? Yeah, what happens now? I think it waits for the next health check and then it does that. Terminate when finished. When does this happen? Check health. If state equals terminate when finished. Wait a second, but if it doesn't know about its own state, then that's not... Oh, man. Yeah, that's not good enough. This is never going to terminate it. Darn it, the only way to get this to work is if it causes failures itself. I didn't think about that. We need to tell it that it's going to terminate itself. Do I have an API for that? Yeah, this is just wrong. Yeah, this is totally wrong. Okay. Well, I made a bunch of mistakes here, but I can fix some of them at least. Alright, so here's what we do. Current state equals endpoint dot get state. So if either the current state equals this or the new state, we should have gotten a message about this. So this check is just to ensure that we didn't hit an edge case somewhere that prevented us from finding out about the original time this was set. We rely on a game server being able to tell us its own state. This is, man. Here's what I should do. If the game server tells us that it should be terminated, then we trust it. And we'll terminate it eventually. So in this case, we'll put this up here, and then we get the current state. And if that, through whatever means, was set here. Note that we should have gotten a message about this, so this check is just doing. Okay, good. So now, if we had tracked this endpoint's state to be terminate when finished, or if it just told us that that was its state, then we'll see if we can terminate it now. Alright, so what am I going to do differently this time? I'm going to start up the overseer, and it's probably going to re-provision another endpoint. And that was a problem the first time. I don't know exactly how I'm going to fix this. It's just going to keep costing more and more money until I'm finally out. Okay, so fixed a bug where when the overseer marked a game server cluster for termination, it didn't tell the cluster. So the cluster would report its health as reported state as healthy, and the server would never be terminated. This affected the manual termination scenario involving the setnum game server following the post/servers API. It's, I think, /clusters. We could just find out, what is it? Yeah, clusters. Okay, and I also added in some logging, which might be helpful. So I got to do pretty much what I just did before. We got to go modify this Ansible prod so that we stop all of our services. In fact, let's just do this. If, no, you know what? I'm going to check this over here. Ansible prod. So we have this fast. We're going to do stop. That's important. Let's check that in. You can now specify stop to Ansible prod to get it to stop all services. Not doing anything else. Okay, so now I do a git pull, bash Ansible prod stop. Weedly, I had to reconfigure the settings for that. Let me see if I can find them. What is it called? Plain tasks. What in the world? This should say alt. Yeah, so this is what I did. I just made it alt D. I don't think control D worked for me. Probably because I don't know. Okay, so where does this put us now? Everything should have stopped. So if we go over here, yep, this was stopped. Now let's restart it. So bash ansible prod fast. This is going to do a stop, a get pull, and then a start. And what we should see is that it either, well, it picks up all 3 existing game servers, which should be healthy. And yeah, Wheatley, I can do that in a minute. Let me check this out. So there, yeah, look at that. Picked up a healthy game server, and then it still says provision 1 game server. Why did it do that? Why in the world would it have done that? Now I've got 5 game servers, or 4, I mean. God, it's not good. I don't know where this is coming from. But that's a big problem. And if I get the health summary here, we're getting 3 clusters. Okay, fine. So that part's all fine, I suppose. The part that's weird is it says provisioning 1 game server, and I don't know where that's coming from. Okay, so Wheatley, to give you this thing, here you go. Provisioning. It's got to be this num game server provision. But then where was this called from? Here. Oh, what is this? Create game server cluster VM. No, this can't be happening. Okay, well, I should be able to have most of them terminate themselves if I say that I only want 1 cluster running. Let's try that. Okay, what happened here? We have 3 marked for termination? What? Oh god. I don't know what's happening right now. I don't know. I think it was a bad idea to not have my development environment match my production environment, but I don't know how I would have done this stuff because I can't dynamically spawn and delete VMs. I need to write some like VM manager. And even if I did that, I still wouldn't have DNS, although DNS is not the issue right here. Alright, I don't know what's going on. Tag to resources, game server. I think I accidentally created another. Yeah, I did. Wow. Because it thought that 3 were marked for termination. And if that were the case, that'd be awesome. But I don't see this happening. Also, it went above the maximum that I wanted. I think I gotta manually terminate all these. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, this is a big issue. So let's kill all these instances. Because I don't want to keep getting charged money for this stuff. How can we do this easily? There. Ava says, I have no clue about programming and I'm pretty rusty on math. Recently got an interesting deal in learning to work with Python for 4 months. Should I accept it? And when I do well? Yeah, I think you should accept it. I think the first thing you should probably do, if you have any time to do it, is start learning Python. And you can learn Python starting in the next like 10 seconds if you wanted to by clicking that link. I don't think your math needs to be incredibly strong. You said I got to choose from front end, back end, or Python. So I know you mentioned you didn't know much about programming. Python is not really a distinct category there. It's like saying, like, I got the opportunity to like write a fiction story or a nonfiction story or English. Like English is what you'd use to write a story, just like how Python is what you'd use to write either a front end or a back end. Now maybe what they were talking about is you'd be writing, I don't know, tools or something. Either way, I think it's an interesting opportunity and I would probably take it if I were you. But the first thing you should do is see if you actually like Python. Because otherwise you might be stuck for 4 months with something you don't like. Okay, so I manually terminated everything, and that means that this thing is probably going nuts. Yeah, it is. This is bad. This is just bad. It says added an endpoint a whole bunch of times. Removing it, then could not terminate it. Could not find instance ID of instance to private IP this. Adding game server back to our data structures so that we'll attempt termination again in the future. Oh, so this is probably just going to error out a million times. Yeah, oh, that's what's happening. Isn't that nice? Okay, well that's another bug. Bug. Hey, Spurman. And Mislay, I doubt Avis was probably told that. But if... Oh, never mind. I see why you're asking. Yeah, Avis, you might... I was going to say, you'd ideally want to learn what you know that job is going to use. They're not so strikingly different that learning one is going to be like, oh my god, I have no idea what to do with the next one. Oh. There are some minor differences, though, that you'll probably notice right off the bat. So, for example, in Python 2, this is the simplest program you'll probably ever write, print hello world. But in Python 3, print was turned into a proper function. So, like, this is one of the differences you will notice right off the bat. Most other things I wouldn't really worry too much about. It's like indentation hasn't changed, how functions are called, etc. hasn't changed. So it says couldn't find instance ID with private IP equal to this. So A is 10, so this is 10, 0, 0. And then FCEE is more than 1 octet. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Man. And thanks for following, Avis. No, type theory, I was saying Python 2 and Python 3 aren't strikingly different. I think you can find strikingly different languages if you're just talking about every set of programming languages. Oh man, okay, so everything has been failing today. And work has just been piling up. What am I down to machine-wise over here? Okay, so the only running machines I have are my infrastructure nodes. My overseer is going bonkers right now trying to destroy the same like 3 instances because it can't find it by IP address. The only way that could probably be happening is if I, get instance ID this. This is wait, what? What is this? Could not find instance ID. Could not find instance. Oh, where's this? Could not find instance ID of instance with private IP. It might not even be coming from there. Could not find. Yeah, this is where it's coming from. Get instance ID via private IP address. So we convert it to IPv4, and then we use that. So we really should print out the IP address as IPv4. IPv4 I mean, that'd be pretty helpful. And then let's publish this. Added a minor amount of logging. Ugh. Okay, so version 1.5.2 is online now. So I just need to, I don't know, I don't think that really helps. I don't think this even matters. I think, oh hey, someone joined the queue. Hooray. This. What is this IP address? Because this doesn't look like an IPv4 address. So what in the world? How? What? No idea. 10.0.252? No. It's like the worst font on any website. This can't be right. It can't be. I'm not... Unless this is in my subnet somehow. How would I even have verified that? I know this is the internal address. Like, I expected it to be 10.0 something, but I didn't expect it to start with 252. And also, I didn't think... Oh, God. How does this equal 10.0? There's 10... I guess they used both zeros here. Oh, maybe that's what they do. Because they only used one character to represent the 10. Okay, maybe that makes more sense then. Because if I change this to like 7, this is not a valid IP address, right? No, it is. Yeah, okay, so that's what's weird. Man, is that necessary? Yeah, because otherwise it represents something totally different. Alright, never mind. Then that's probably fine. But that we couldn't have found an instance ID. Oh, it's because I manually terminated them. Yeah, so of course it can't find the instance ID. That's something I didn't prepare for. Okay, so bug can't manually terminate game servers, or else it won't be able to find their IP address. It probably still exists in the database though, which is where I should have checked. Yeah, here they are. It should just check the database in that case. If it can't find it after trying to terminate it that many times, then I guess we raise a critical error and remove all references to it. So all this means for right now is that I can't manually terminate these instances. That wasn't even the problem I set out to solve in the first place though, which is why this is just so unfortunate. The problem I set out to solve was, why is this always provisioning a new game server instance? Alright, here's what we can do. Here's the only thing we can do, I think, without this getting out of control. When we go to provision new ones, this does not check the maximum or how many we have or anything like that. What does check that? I'm going to create. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. We're going to just cancel out of this. Logger.info. We would have provisioned num servers to provision servers, but there's a hard code to stop. And DotGun, thanks for following. By the way, you'll get a link from one of my bots pretty soon. That's not spam. Okay, then let's also print out just the stack that we have here. So new error.stack Just make sure I'm not doing something stupid here. New error dot stack. Yeah, great. All right, cool. Then we'll just do return promise dot resolve. Okay, so this is a hard stop. And I guess I'm going to check this in and push it because that's the only way I have to test this out. So let's go do that. So prevented game servers from being provisioned for now so that I could figure out why there's a bug. This is not great, but I'm going to do it. All right, so here's what's going to happen. I'm going to go restart everything. We should have, yeah, those things are all fine. So we run this, and then we go over to here, and we see it stop. And then when it starts up, it'll wipe out everything from the database because it no longer can find any of these game servers. And by these game servers, I mean these 5. So those should get wiped out. Oh boy. Oh, that's not good. That's really not good. Found 5 rows in the table. Error. Provision game server instances. Oh, yeah. We would have provisioned 1, but there's a hard-coded stop for this. No, but this time it's actually correct. Oh. Darn it. I need to have a game server running. Why is this so difficult? Okay, but then this is just going to cause infinite errors, just like it did before, right? Add in an endpoint. I'm guessing every 15 seconds we'll see that print out. Yeah, we will. Oh, goody. All right. Well, let's delete them all from the database manually then. Yeah. Truncate game servers. There, now they're all gone. Right, and they're going to stay that way. Yeah, great. Cool. So let's restart this. And what should happen this time around is it'll say that it's going to provision 1, but since it won't have found any rows in the database, it won't try terminating them in this endless loop. Yeah, so we're good. Okay, great. So, what do I do now? I need to make it... I'm like very frustrated with all of this. Alright, so I gotta comment this out. No, you know what's better? Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna open up a new screen, call this code, switch to BL deploy, go to the overseer and launch, what is it, endpoint monitor? And this should be on line 593. So now let's comment all of this out. Okay, now let's restart. Let's do this the silly way, which is to yank these 4 lines, paste them, and then we'll just do stop start here. So let's just call this restart. Okay, so with this code in place, we're gonna end up restarting this thing, which will create, uh-oh, no, that's a problem. Something went terribly wrong. What happened here? Oh, it was Vim, not Bash. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, good. So, okay, that should restart this with the new code. So we'll provision a new game server. It should tell us that it's doing that. Yep, right there. Provision 1 game server. Okay. So that's fine. Now we go back into the code and we undo all of those changes. Undo, already at oldest change. All right, fine. So now we won't provision more game servers. And now when I list these out, we have one game server that's actually running. This is... I don't know. I want this to be done with. I dug myself into this hole though. Alright. So the problem is that it's going to provision this game server. Where is this? Yeah, it's going to provision this game server, and it's presumably already doing that, but it takes like 2 minutes. Alright. I was just checking to see if chat broke. Twitch chat has not been working that well for me. Okay, so a game server just phoned home. Running Ansible playbook. So yeah, from this point, did I write how long this takes? Game servers take about 3 minutes to provision with Ansible. Hey, Tupperbox. Yeah, it's Gamer. Yeah, so I gotta wait for this thing to finish, and then when I restart this, it's gonna have that same bug that it did before. How did... Oh yeah, nothing removes them from the database. That's right. Okay. Yeah. Whenever I do get to writing the test, I need to make sure that I have code coverage on all of this. So, okay, this is done, this is done, this is done, this is done. This stuff didn't really work. I tested, I just haven't finished the bugs yet. Okay. When I do get to the point where I'm testing, it's imperative that I have code coverage data for this. Yeah, so the infrastructure should have higher code coverage than basically everything else. And thanks, Avis. This should finish pretty soon. Just keep spewing lines out at me. Oh man. I should have seen when this thing started. In game, how do you get X or Y position of the closest enemy? You do something like this. Wait, how do you do this? I think you say find closest enemy bot, and then you do like if X is less than cb.x, move right. So yeah, this is what you can do. And these are special variables. You can't access something like Z. That doesn't work. You can only access X and Y. And the reason why is because these map to functions called getX, which check to see if you can detect the bot first. So you don't ever really need to do this though, by the way, encrypted feelings. Because a lot of the APIs have something like, let's take lasers for example. If lasers will hit in any direction, then fire them in the direction that will work. That way you don't need to check. I mean, this boils down to if there's an enemy to my right and they're within the right range, then fire to my right. If there's an enemy above me and they're within the right range, then fire above me. So botland coding should be like much simpler than that, and that's why we just boil it down to if statements like this. Same thing with fire missiles, etc., etc. All right, this should have finished by now. There's like no way it didn't. All right, an endpoint registered itself. Where did it say that Ansible finished? Here, right here. 170 seconds. Yeah, that's so long. No, this to provision, just to provision with Ansible, i.e. not even counting VM spin up or DBS or whatever else. I don't know. Okay, well, that's what I was waiting for. So now what we have to do is restart everything, and it's going to try to provision a game again, and we got to figure out why. So of all the things, this should be the easiest, because now we have a repro, and I've got like exactly the commands I need to do this relatively quickly. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to find that game server in the database, right? Got one row, and picked up a healthy game server, added the endpoint, and then we apparently were trying to provision a game server. So where did this come from? Endpoint monitor 594. Let's copy this whole stack trace. Okay, so endpoint monitor 537. Right here. Oh, that was easy. Create game server cluster. Okay, so then where did that come from though? I thought that was actually the end of it. Came from... Darn it, a whole bunch of promise stuff. Man. This makes it impossible to figure out where this thing originated. That is too bad. Okay, so this is the extent of the information that I have. I don't know what called this. It's so bad. Well, it had to have been called from here. In fact, we should see something above here saying that. We do not. We were just promoted to master. That doesn't print out here? We were just promoted to master. What? We have 0 clusters. Oh, this is a race condition. Because it picks up the healthy game server cluster after this was printed. How did that happen? The whole point of return promise.all should wait for all of those to finish, right? Picked up healthy game server cluster. Yeah. This is not working how I expected it to work. What does promise.all do? Iterate over all of them. Return a promise that's fulfilled when all of them are fulfilled. Yeah, somehow I don't believe this. Or I wrote the code wrong. I get all of these promises. You know what I wonder is if this is happening? Let me do this. Let me make a new folder called bug and just test this out. So in here, what I want to do is make a function that returns, oh god, how am I going to do this? Let's just make a test function. So given a number, if x is not equal to 5, then return promise.resolve x plus 5, x times 2, whatever. So it'll multiply things by 2, except when it's 5, and then it'll return null. And then what we're going to do is something similar to this. So we're going to do a for each. Let's get this in here too. npm install save lodash. So we'll do promises equals for each 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, there is Basserman. Is one of your promises to create a new game server? No, it's not. And I'll go over this in just a second. I want to test this out really quickly right now. So we're going to do this, and we're going to return test number. Okay, so that's my set of promises now. Now, if I were to print this out, if I just did like a, if I just printed out this set of promises, so let's do node main. Oh, that's not right. Return test number, what? What? Oh, does for each not oh, this was never working. Oh, this is my fault. I think the way that for each works is not such that it returns an array of all of the, it does it? Returns collection. Hang on a second. What am I making? I am making a game called Botland, Mike. So let's try this. I just want to see what this prints. Or you know what? Let's just do this slightly easier way. Let's just have this return number. What does this print? Okay, this definitely doesn't work how I think this should. This returns the array, the original array, no matter what. Yeah, that's what's wrong here. I guess what I wanted was the built-in for each. So if I do like a equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a dot for each number times 2. That doesn't return it either. What? What am I thinking of then? I just made a big mistake here. I guess I wanted map and not for each. Wow, amazing. So if I just did a dot map, wow, perfect. Yep, that's what I wanted. Oh boy. And then I wanted to test something else. Oh god. All right, there we go. So we got a promise, a promise, a promise, a promise, and then null at the end. So let's set this to 3, and then let's make sure that all of these work. So let's do promise.all promises dot then console.log done with all of the promises. And I think we get their return vals here. So let's just stringify that and then close out of that. All right, let me try that out. Yep, okay, perfect. So it works how I thought, I just used the wrong function. Hey, Grantifer. Yeah, thank you. Can't believe this. I wonder where else I did this. In fact, if I just search the code base for promise.all promises, here I'm pushing them manually, so that's fine. Here I'm using map, so that's fine. Here I'm also pushing them manually, so that's fine. And let's search all of the other different code bases that I'm using here. This is fine. I'm manually defining promises. This is fine. I'm pushing promises. Thanks, Mike. I really appreciate it. And hopefully it'll be awesome. I just need to make it through these like tougher than normal work days. Promise.all doesn't even seem to exist here, which probably just means it wasn't used. Yeah, it wasn't used. Okay, cool. So I fixed that bug. I'm like 90% sure that it's going to work, but rather than rely on that, I'm going to just change this here. So let's go do that really quickly. Let's go back to the code. What's going on? No, why did this close? Darn it, I gotta SSH into this again. Oh, code. Alright, what is the IP address? Here it is. Alright, now I'm connected again. So let's change the code one more time. Yeah, sure, Mike. Alright, so there was all promises. We gotta go find those. Right here. So we change for each into map, and then we should be done. All right. Oh wow, you only released 5 days ago. Nice. So we're gonna restart this, and it should be working now, totally fine. Here goes. Let's see. Oh, perfect. It worked. Yeah, check it out. So it says picked up a healthy game server, then added an endpoint, and then we don't provision a game server. Oh, thank goodness. Man. What a silly mistake. And this is, again, why having these tests would be really helpful. You need to mock a lot of this. All right, well, we can check this in. Thanks, Type Theory. All right, where are the lines of code that I commented out? This is a terrible way to search for it. I should just look at the git log. Where was it? I don't even remember. Oh, wait, I remember the line number. Yeah, here it is. It wasn't even a comment, so I never would have found it. All right, not bad, not bad. So the only thing that really mattered here, fixed a relatively egregious bug where I was expecting for each to return values like map does. So I was expecting an array of promises somewhere, and instead I got the original collection back, which is where it was just database rows. So I was expecting an array of promises somewhere, but was instead getting an array of database rows. So promise.all would always finish immediately because database rows are treated. God. Amazing I haven't heard a crash yet. Promise all would always finish immediately because the values, yeah, that's actually fine. I don't really need to write the because. Okay, so that fixes one bug. Take a look at this. Yeah, we're linting fine. That's great, cool. So let's push that. And I already tested it, so I don't need to do anything there. The only thing that I really should do is a git diff and then a git checkout endpoint monitor. And that way a git diff returns something good. Where do you host your Git repos? On Bitbucket. That way I can have private repos for free. All right, so that bug is done. This was due to using for each when I should have used map. And then you can't manually terminate game servers. I should never be manually terminating game servers. However, I guess if I do, then I don't need this giant error here. If I do delete them, then yeah, I need to clean up the database. Not their IP address. I'll be able to find their instance ID. I probably shouldn't have done that. Let me keep the error here at least. There we go. It should just check the database in that case. If it can't find it after trying to terminate it that many times, then I guess we raise a critical error. So why did I write this here? Could not find instance ID of instance with private IP equals that. Adding game server back to our data structure so that we'll attempt termination again in the future. I guess, so this is that I wanted to terminate something and I couldn't. So what was my original logic here? Like, maybe we try again later? I can close out of this stuff. Okay, yeah, I think the rest of these things are fine. Okay, and I want to check, is anybody... Oh, did I ever test regular termination of game servers? Maybe I didn't. Okay, we should test that really fast. Where is this? Here. Okay, so first let me see how many game servers do I have. I have 1. Alright, so here we go. We're going to set it to 0 and see what happens. Marking 1 for termination. Then what? Within 15 seconds it should terminate it. I think I fixed that. Oh wow, original pepper. Yeah. That was probably a good choice. Okay, I'm pretty sure 15 seconds have passed, and this isn't working. Man, I need to figure out how many things are marked for termination too. Let's print that out in our health summary. Endpoint monitored, game server summary. Marked for termination equals this dot get marked for termination. Num marked for termination. That way at least we'll have that information too, because right now there's nothing telling me that, and yeah, this is totally broken. At least I think it's broken. Kind of impossible for me to tell. Bug set 0 will not actually terminate the game server. It may not even be marking it for termination. Okay, so let's copy paste get game server summary. Or let's just copy this stuff. And we'll put that into here. What line of code is that? 260? There. So we delete that stuff. Cool. Let's try it out. So we're going to restart this another time. Maybe... I don't know what's going to happen actually. Yeah, that was with the bug there. That's fine. And it found the healthy one, right? Yeah, it picked up a healthy game server. Okay, so let's get the health of that. And like I said, there's a password here, so I can't show this on screen, but I can show the output on the screen. So now num marked... Whoa, what? 1? How does it... How did it know this? Did the database say that? Oh, it did. State 3. Wow. Wait, so then we're just not terminating... Something's wrong. We do health checks. Right here. If state equals... No, current state. If current state equals terminate when finished, and it has no games running, then terminate the game server. But that's not working, is it? is marking it for termination, but it's just never terminating. Okay, so num-ready game servers is 4. If it has no games running, get num used game servers equals 0. Num used is num running, which is 0. So, yep, should have terminated it. Maybe this function is broken? Yield terminate game server. I think there should be something here that says terminating game server endpoint because reason. And then here we could say finished terminating. So I don't even know if this is being called right now. Allow game server termination. Yeah. All right, so 874. Let's go check that out because it's not getting deleted. All right, then we rerun this yet again. I'm getting very hungry. I had a bowl of cereal for breakfast. I haven't eaten anything since then, of course. All right. So it shouldn't have even passed the health check, though. That's the other part I don't understand. Picked up a healthy game server. It reports that it's healthy. It's not healthy. That might be what's going wrong, actually. Not sure what's happening. Like its state in the database is 3, which corresponds to cluster state of terminate when finished. And it never even says that it's terminating, right? Terminating. Nope, it doesn't. So it never tries to get into here. Yeah, which means that there could be 2 problems. One is that this is not its state, and 2 is that it has games running somehow. So I guess first thing we'll do is this, logger.info state. Actually, we don't need to do this here. We need to do this in the code on there, 1192. So logger.info endpoint is marked for termination, but has no running games calls into get num used game servers. So we'll just call that directly. Endpoint.get num used game servers. But what's more likely is that this is not its state. So let's do logger.info endpoint is not marked for termination. Okay. So what do we get? And this should print out every 15 seconds. Where are all the honey sticks? They're gone. Yeah, I need to... Yeah, endpoint is not marked for termination. And yet, there it is. Look at that. Terminate when finished. I know what's wrong. That's all it took. It's current state.id. I was checking just current state, which is an object. This is why a strongly typed language can be pretty helpful. Or even just TypeScript probably would have found that. That was the whole thing stopping termination from working. Well, let's go fix this then. Whoops, I'm not in Vim. What line of code is that? Yeah, there it is. So if current state, oh, which also means this should have been state.id. So we add in ID and then, oops. Okay, let's quit out of this because I don't know what I just did. Yeah, so there's this, and there's this. Cool, let's try that out. And Calvin, thank you for following. I'm glad people are actually following. Basu and you too, thank you. Because today has not been going well. Alright. So, take number 52. Let's check it out. So this time it should actually get terminated. And it should have already probably done it in the health check, right? It should say... I don't care if it happens immediately or if it happens after 15 seconds. That part's not important. What matters is that there it goes. Terminating, finish terminating. Okay, cool. So we should have no game servers running now. Let's check it out. So this one here is marked as running. When I list it again, it should be marked as shutting down. Perfect. Perfect. And Machiavelli says, have you tried using Nano? I have. I do like using Vim more. Okay, so now when I get the health of this thing, here's our new, what was that? Could not terminate. Could not find instance. Man, this is the one we already tried terminating, and it's still... Right, finish terminating it. FD44. Yeah, there it is. Weird. Yeah, that's a mistake. Well, at least I fixed the other thing. Yeah, and it's removed from the database, too. For some reason, it's just not... Huh. We terminated it. Finished terminating. Okay, so finished terminating. This. Since terminating is. Oh, we never remove. Oh, that's what. Fully terminate game server needs to remove the endpoint from us tracking it. So try that, catch that, try that. Yeah, I never. Whoops, I never did that. Okay, so then this dot remove endpoint, game server endpoint. So that's the part that I forgot, and I really should test that out. And okay, so that's fixed. I was comparing state equals instead of state.id equals. Alright, so I fixed some bugs. I still need to fix that one. I need to get lunch. It's been too long. I've been online now for what? 4.5 hours. Yeah, I need to get food. So I'm going to go take a lunch break, and then when I come back, I'll be back for probably like 3 or so hours. And I'll write where I left off here. Just fix the bug. Need to check it in and then fix the next bug. And Fur, thank you for following. Yeah, so anyone who just followed, you'll get a whisper from BotLad with a link that lets you control my lights. Since no one's been changing my lights, I'm going to assume that most of you thought it was spam or have whispers turned off. And that's fine. I don't mind if you change them or not. I'm just letting you know what that is. All right, like I said, it's lunchtime. So let's type lunch into this thing. And then we'll type the command that it gets me into this thing. And then bring this over here. Cool. So yeah, I'll be back in about 40-ish minutes. I'm just going to go stuff my face. And then I'm going to be streaming till at least 5 p.m. my time. And it's like, I don't know, 1:30 or something. You can type streamer time. Yeah. See you, Doc Gun. Bye, Horforia. I'll be back. Action Cop, thanks for following. Actually, I got 3 follows. Alexis, Ridip, and Action Cop. Nice. Hey, Fur. And Pro Sam. Okay, so just fix the bug, need to check it in, then fix another bug, then check that in and fix another bug. Are you noticing a pattern? Trick question, there is no pattern. This code is bug-free. This is all just an illusion. So that's fine, that's fine. Okay, so fixed a bug where, fixed an illusion, excuse me, where I was checking to see if a cluster state object was equal to a certain value, not whether its ID was equal to that value. And then minor logging improvements. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's commit that, push that. Thanks, EJ. I do not feel that way, but at least someone does. Okay. So next up, I think num game servers being provisioned only counts clusters that are being provisioned according to AWS, not for Ansible. Yeah, it's a little bit weird, I think. Because when I start to provision something with Ansible, actually this is probably all going to change at some point. Excuse me. I think I'm just going to say, I'm just going to clarify this log message. Where does it even come from? Oh, here it is. Because we still periodically try making new game servers, and we shouldn't discount the ones that are currently being provisioned. Note that provisioned here refers to whether or not it is in the pending state according to AWS. So this does not count VMs that are being provisioned with Ansible. Also, the entire concept of getting machines. I think this is fine. Well, thanks, Wheatley. Yeah, I gotta admit, it's pretty tough sometimes. Like even today, I wanted to just like take a break 3 hours ago, and I don't think that would have led to good things. And I mentioned this before, but I feel as though one of the most important things in showbiz, there are like 2 things, and I would hardly say this is showbiz, but there are a lot of similar concepts. One is never say oops, and 2 is the show must go on. And I really should adopt that mentality more. Even if I'm not working on the task that's most important, I should work on something. And even if I'm not doing that, at the very least I should play a game or something on stream. But it's a pretty worst case scenario, I think. First says, I'm starting in C. That's really good. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so I think I'm just going to clarify these things for now. So this is, there's no real task here. So I'll just clarify some comments in that code. You say oops frequently though? Yeah, I do that. That's why I said this is not really showbiz. If so, I guess that goes for performance. So if I were doing something where I was in a competition or something and I only had like 10 minutes to code, yeah, I probably shouldn't say oops. Okay, so report what the minimum and maximum number of game servers are in the health summary. This should be super easy. Check health. Where do we get this summary? Get summary. Oh man, come on. Where's this come from? Right here. So what I have here, overseer state, expected game server, allow game server termination. What? Oh, overseer state has a serialized JSON. Do we have min and max in here? We do. Oh, I should just put these in here. There. Now if I restart the overseer, we should see like 1 and 4 there. Let's check it out. Yeah, cool. 1 and 4. All right, great, cool. That's done. All right, lower the timeout on the client contacting the account server. So let's go disable the account server and take a look at what happens on Windows here. So I'm just going to go to localhost and we're going to see what happens. So it tries to start up the page, then it fails, then that happens. Okay, good. So let's just make sure that that's a relatively low number. Connect. Where do we test the connection exactly? Where do we test that connection? Created a REST client. Created a REST client. I think that's a bad name for this. But anyway, in the connection test, which is where exactly test connection, this. Is that what's done over here? Yes, it is. All right, let's put a timeout in here. And then we should be pretty much good. Let's try out overseer REST client. Yeah. So we're just going to put this in here. And I'm going to call this connection timeout probably. We'll have it timeout after, I think 3 seconds is pretty reasonable. I'll say this dot connection timeout. The number of milliseconds to wait during test connection before timing out. All right, so now when we refresh this page, we'll wait 1, 2, 3. That was actually not counting from the right time, but there we go. Now we should get a timeout. Connection refused. Well, if I lower this number, we should get a timeout. Let's set it to 300 and then try refreshing the page. So it should load almost immediately now and just say that it timed out. It still says connection refused. Request has been terminated. What? I mean, sure, it would be refused. There's nothing running there, but how do I get it to time out? Huh. Well, I'm not too concerned. Okay, I think this is good. So it's done too. Okay, so the last bug would be this. Let's check in what I've got so far. Minor changes or bug fixes. Nah, it's not worth writing that. This is really its own thing. This is added a timeout for when the client tries connecting to the account server. That way, if it's offline, we don't waste a bunch of time. You know what's nice is if you feel as though you're not comfortable in a language, practicing it online is actually a really good way because you'll get feedback and you'll also see a lot of people. Actually, no, you'll see a lot of slang too. But it lets you at least immerse yourself in it. Updated the deploy version number. Okay, and then what about this? At some point I should really just check that in. Minor changes, clarified a comment, added some variables into the overseer's health summary. All right, good. So this bug, you can't manually terminate game servers or else it won't be able to find, or else, not it, the overseer won't be able to find their instance ID. It should just check the database in that case. If it can't find it after trying to terminate it that many times, then I guess we raise a critical error and remove all references to it. I'm not too sure if this is a big problem. What's this? Oh yeah, sure, okay. In case of health checks, it is a real error if we can't terminate it. It's not really a real error though. We need to stop tracking it no matter what. Mark it for termination in the future. I guess if it was already marked for termination and we tried terminating it, then... Also, what is this for? Remove... Oh, weird. Fully terminate game servers called... No, that's not right. Yeah, this should be done pretty much no matter what. Excuse me. Yeah, okay. I think we ignore any errors here. If we couldn't terminate the game server, then just stop here. Alright, let me think about the new logic for this. We have terminated, then finished terminating. And by the way, I think this function is pretty simple, right? Yeah, I don't think this is going to take too long, but whatever, I can leave it there. Then remove the endpoint. Then in the catch, I guess we could try terminating it by the instance ID we have in the database. If we can't get the instance ID though, then it's already dead. I think we're fine with this. Yeah. Okay, so if we couldn't terminate the game server, then chances are that it's already dead. So we'll log an error, but we'll still remove it from the database. E.g., we manually terminated it, or perhaps we did a zombie check, but it had already died. So we'll log an error, but we'll still remove it from the database. Okay. The only time it would really be, a real error is if a health check failed. No, I don't even think I need to rate this. I don't think this is gonna happen. And if it does, then great, we terminate it or whatever. So could not terminate it. I'm not gonna say adding it back into the thing. That's fine. It was probably already dead. So in case we couldn't terminate it, mark it, no, add it, no. We don't want to do any of that. We don't want to throw this error here either, because that would go down into here. So then we remove it from its host address. I think that's fine. And then finally we tell the matchmaker. We only need to do this if we actually terminated it. So let's keep track of that. So we'll say let successfully terminated equals false. And then here we'll set it to true. And then if that was the case, we'll do this. We could, yeah, that's fine. I think that's fine. Okay, cool. So then this should no longer be a problem. Okay, so let's check that in, and then it all comes down to testing it. Okay, so it passed linting. Check this out, yeah. So fixed a bug where, oh, originally the reason why is because if this catch caught something, I didn't want to do this next one. So I threw another error from here, and then it would go into this catch down here. Now you're right. It probably doesn't make sense. No. Never mind. It still makes sense. I guess this could have been a then. Let me think about this. Because this could have just been a then, a catch, and then this could have been a then on its own. Yeah, the old logic needed it. The new logic doesn't. But yeah, good catch. It's not the kind of thing I'm probably going to change since it's just syntactical. Do you have finally in JS? Yeah. Try catch finally. So yeah, it exists. What was I going to do? Oh yeah, fixed a bug where we may enter an infinite, well, it's not really an infinite loop, where we may perpetually try to terminate a game server that was already terminated. So I'm debating, that's what I almost said earlier but didn't say, but now I'm probably going to say it. I'm debating on playing a game tonight on stream, but I'm not sure what. I'm not sure if it'd be single player or multiplayer. Part of me wants to play, oh, what was it? There's a game on Game Boy Advance I wanted to play. I don't remember. Do you wrap everything in Babel on the server still? No, I don't. Play you in Smash? Can you imagine if I streamed that? Also, hey, Programmer D. Man. Hearthstone, Pokemon. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. Like, I might do it. I might not. I'm still undecided. And then, again, what game? I don't know. And then part of me was thinking, too, I wonder how many people would be up for either Diablo 2 or Terraria. I don't think Diablo 2 is the kind of game you can really play in just like 2 hours and have fun. Actually, it all makes me think back to that Minecraft day that we had. It was super fun for about an hour, and then everybody just dropped off, and then it was just regular fun, I guess. I think Diablo 2 would be the same way. It'd be like super fun to start it, and then people would be like, okay, Adam, well, I gotta go. It's 3 in the morning. And I'd say, but it's only 8 o'clock here. You should stream Pokemon Go. Not even sure I know what that game is. Sign up for the Pokemon Go field test here. Upcoming augmented reality game. Oh, no thanks. Brawlhalla. Why did you ditch Babel on the server? I didn't like extra processing stuff. Wait a second, did I get rid of Babel? No, maybe I didn't. What's all this stuff doing? This is probably Babel. No, I didn't get rid of Babel on the server. Never mind. 2D platform fighter. Oh, it's just Smash, but without recognizable characters. Interesting. Why not use await then instead of ko? I don't think I have... Oh, yeah, actually, you're right, because Babel could do that. I don't know. Never thought about that. I think one of the things that's bad about await and async is that async affects an entire call tree, doesn't it? Like if you mark a function as async and that... No, I guess not. I don't know. I'm not going to probably change that stuff right now because I at least have this stuff working. So fixed a bug where we perpetually tried to terminate a game server that was already terminated. We now try once, and if it fails, we remove all references to it. It actually boils down to ko essentially after the compile. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to close out of some of these things. I have like a million tabs open here. A lot of this was based on the deploy. I don't actually recall what it is I just changed in this code base. What did I change? Oh, nothing important. Excuse me. Sorry, I don't know how loud that was. Okay, so I'm going to have to do a full deploy of all of this stuff. How many... Oh, man, I shouldn't have left this stuff online, actually. Yeah, I have... Oh, that's terminated. Never mind. I'm good. Okay, so then let's start all of this up. Actually, this won't even work, will it? I want to put this in there. Restart. Hey, Adam. How's it going? Rip money? I know. Today has not been a great day, I'll be honest, but it's not the end of the world. I kept at it. I'm much happier now that I have food in my system. Added another. Is that from Futurama? Bury me with my money. Sounds like a Bender quote. Oh, it's apparently a song. Wow, this shows how much I know. Huh. It still sounds like a Bender quote. Added another Ansible shortcut that will only stop/start all endpoints. Okay, so now we do this. Git checkout Ansible prod, then git pull. That way we don't have any conflicts. Good. Do you recommend Codecademy? I recommend it as a good place to start to figure out if you like to code. I think for that, it definitely accomplishes that purpose. Whether you can learn a language in depth just from Codecademy, I can't say, because I never tried to do that, and I haven't heard enough testimonials. And why do a lot of people hate JavaScript? Yeah, it's misunderstood as part of it. I think there are also some like peculiar choices in it. And the other thing is it's like the de facto language of the web. So whether or not you like it, you sort of have to use it. As opposed to if you were making an application for a desktop, you could pick, oh, I want C++ for this, or I want Python for this. For web, it's what will compile into JavaScript eventually. Okay, so this stuff's been done. Let's run this. So bash ansible prod. This will take a little bit longer than normal, but by the end of this, we'll be able to test this out. And the thing that I want to test out is, so finish testing, terminating a game server, or adding new ones. Hey, Emma. So I've been answering this question actually a decent amount today. It's is going okay. Like today, this morning was just a nightmare, an absolute nightmare, and I'm kind of getting out of it right now. Uh-oh. Oh, local modifications. Well, we have to figure out where these local modifications are. Probably here. Yes, cool. So let's just check out the endpoint monitor. Darn it, endpoint monitor. By the way, did you end up streaming? You said you'd send me a whisper, and I never saw anything. Although, to be fair, it's pretty easy to forget about that sort of thing. Okay, I think this is done. Do you live from coding? I'm assuming you mean, do I make money off of this? I don't. I did previously. I had a professional job, well, set of jobs. But now, no. Botland is what I do full time. I don't make money from this. And it's not that so one of the things people ask about a lot too is how do you plan on making money off of Botland? And this page talks about how I plan on doing that. It's basically just you buy booster packs, you get some items. I don't know what the exact amount to purchase it will be. I don't know how much stuff you'll get in it yet. Like, we haven't figured that stuff out. I haven't even worked on a lot of that. Adam doesn't make money. Yeah. Well, it's true, I don't. I am a drain on my own economy microcosm. This is taking a very long time, but it should be working. Oh, good. It started back up. So this should have found a database row. Where is it? Did it exist? No, it found 0 rows. Huh. Strange. Okay, there's the account server. I think that should be everything then. Oh no, maybe the matchmaker's still there. Okay, so remember, if you guys... Well, no, this is... Hang on a second, let me check something. Run to master, creating a game server, done, tagging it. Yeah, it'd take like 3 minutes for this thing to get finished. Botland is a small game with a huge infrastructure. Yeah. And congrats, Adam. Where'd you get the internship? Excuse me. Okay, so in like 3 minutes, this will finish up. So now that the matchmaker's online, here's what you can do. You can now go to this URL, which I could paste in chat if you want, although there's nothing you can really do here. And then you can register an account. I'll connect. I could be joined into the queue. I guess it doesn't really matter. Yeah, okay. We gotta wait for this to finish. Oh, check it out. A game server phoned home. So we can basically start online stopwatch. We can start this at, oh, there's a timer. Oh, that's nice of them. Go Bing. So let's set this for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That's approximately when this will finish. And then I'm gonna try turning off the game server. So, okay, here's what I'll do. I'll connect as both of these accounts. So I'm Adam and Adam2. I don't care about saving that. We'll hit join game on both of these. And the only other thing I want to do here is check to see who is currently in the queue. So let's see how this works. You guys can see this. All right. So number of players in queue, 2. And then the player IDs are 1 and 2. So those are both me. And there are no stats yet. These are going to be abysmal once they are finally finished, because it's this timer that we're waiting on. So they're going to be really bad. And then, yeah, total number of players seen, 2. It's nice I can at least do this. Can people have the same name, since you have the name Adam and Adam too? Wheatley. Alright. Well, from either one of these, we'll know whether this worked. At a local Austin-based company doing web dev. Apparently, I'm pretty well qualified because the guy was really pushing me. That's nice. Congrats. Definitely. That is awesome. Yeah, I'd like to know how that goes. So you are in Texas. All right, so finish testing terminating game server, adding new ones. I'm mostly concerned with terminating game servers, and this doesn't respect the minimum that we set. So despite that you're supposed to always have at least one game server running, you could set it down to 0. Granted, manual termination probably won't be a thing eventually. Got about 30 seconds left. Then that's it. Then I can finish testing this. Then we go on to the next thing, which is either write the automated test framework for this, which I think is going to be really tough, or work on the upgrade scenario. Why does a console show an overseer error? So the overseers are supposed to communicate with each other in sort of a master secondary. So you can see in this diagram I just linked in, there's a master one and there's a failover one. The failure is happening because I never start the failover one. So it just keeps trying to reach it, and then it says timeout, 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 timeout. And that's why this is happening. So it says can't establish connection to other overseer. Okay, so this should be, it should be done like very soon. So we should see something print out over here, and then this should immediately go into a game. It should be like within 10 seconds. There it goes. Finish provisioning. Now it should register. And there it goes. Cool. I'm in a game. Okay, so now that I'm in a game, here's what we're going to try. Oh, wait a second. Okay, I know how I can test this, but it's not going to be easy. Okay, here's what we do. I'm gonna kill this game server. So see this? Marking one cluster for termination. And now I'm gonna try joining a game, and it should prevent me from doing that. Hey, Gamester. All right, this is gonna be super important to test. So I'm gonna register a new account, adam3@adam.com. So there's an account. We hit join game, and then adam4. Okay, so if I hit join game and it puts me into a game, then there's a big problem. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. All right, so I'll show you guys what's happening here. So here are the stats. We have my 2 players that I just made, Adam3 and Adam4. They just happen to have been the 6th and 7th players to ever have existed. So they're currently waiting in the queue. However, there are no game servers available, and this doesn't actually show it. But the reason why there are none available is because we're waiting for the old game to terminate. So if I were to reconnect to the game server as just Adam, it'll put me back into the game that I was in. So here, I'm back into it. I could deploy bots if I want to, and this will work totally fine right up until, like, there are my bots. This will work totally fine right up until the game ends. Then this entire game server will cease to exist. So 12 minutes from now, that'll be the moment of truth. What we're going to do is we're going to check this. The game server says that it's running. So yeah, 12 minutes from now, that better say shutting down. And if so, then we're in really, really good shape. All the atoms in the user database. Have you ever had to use regular expressions in your code? Yeah, they're pretty common. Every time you ever do... Oh wait, that's a bad example. Every time you ever see this in my code, when I say pretty common, I mean common enough to see them from place to place. Like here's one, for example. This dictates what are valid usernames. So your username has to start and end with only, it has to only contain letters and numbers, and it can be letters lowercase or uppercase, thanks to this /i here. So like this is a really simple regex, but it's a regex nonetheless. And then I also use some crazy one for email addresses. Where's that? I don't know where it is. They're pretty regular. Spiritman, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? I realize I can't ask, can you hear me? Because the answer can never be no. Okay. All right, so yeah, 12 minutes from now. What time is left? 10 minutes? Okay, so at 2:50, we'll know whether this worked by checking ls in the AWS terminal. All right, and then I should terminate everything. Yeah, I gotta do that. Kill all AWS instances. All right, so let's get rid of this. Can you see me? File away the rest of the notes here under a different header. So that's this. Add these variables, add post. Wait a second. This isn't this. I mean, it kind of is. I don't know what that K is doing there. Okay, so I put that there, and then we also need this track the usage rate. Do you get lost while reading your to-do list? No, not typically, because all the stuff that I really need to work on is going to be in the uppermost list here. And anything like, I've got a bugs list, I've got this, which is kind of just whenever I have time, do this thing. You heard a baby? I don't know where that came from. Alright, so let's put this down here. So what should I say for this? This is scaling up and down game servers automatically. There we go. So note, I last modified this list on the 20th, but I don't think it's going to be important until late 2016. Until then, I plan on using post/clusters/number to change the number of game server clusters available. Okay. No, it looks up for falling babies. And I looked over there. There's like, I was looking at the window because I think I also heard a dog barking. But it's very unlikely I'd actually be able to see anything from here since I'm on, I almost said what floor? I'm not on the first floor. Would you rather watch a movie in original Danish voice acting or dubbed in English? You're asking me? I would almost always... Oh, wait, actually... I want to be able to understand the movie that I'm watching. But whether I read it or whether I hear dubs, I don't think it matters too much. So I think usually I'd go with captions. All right, we're still waiting 8 minutes for this. Not that maybe a baby got eaten by a dog. Yeah, that's probably correct. Dog barking. So this is finished enough. I did manual provisioning. This is the last like major thing, and this is gonna take, well, the actual implementation will probably take like 2 days, but the testing and everything, that's gonna be much harder. So I'm gonna spend some time trying to design this. So finish testing this, kill all AWS instances, sure. So this, update today. Okay, that's something I'm gonna have to do. Adam is going to spend the rest of today working on either the test framework for the infrastructure or the final infrastructure, the final major infrastructure task, working on, which is upgrade scenarios. And I'll say type infra for some basic information. Okay, that did not work. I'm pretty sure I hit copy paste, but apparently not. Alright, there we go. So update today is done. Figure out whether it's better to start doing that or that. Yeah, so I'm going to put this over here. We need to figure this out still. What is this? He's showing /health. Add what? Add variables. That's already done. Add post that will take a min max and override the current values, and then return the new values. Yeah, I guess that's really like the scaling up and down. Thanks, Wheelie. Do you keep a copy of your source code in case something happens? I do, yeah. EJ. Always nice to know you got my back, EJ. Huh. So this should be done. for game is not up to date. Should be able to update it. Yeah. Then there were some bugs here. I may want to collect client errors, reuse EBS volumes. Oh yeah, that's right. With the scaling up and down. I had to design a whole new system for that. Man. Plain tasks for Vim? Wow. Spets, I don't know who that is. Archive equals archive. Okay, so what else is here? Expected game server version should be configurable. Figure out whether I can consolidate that. Figure out whether I want that. Yeah, sure. When an account server starts up, make sure it's pulling its version number. Sure. When a matchmaker starts up, sure. Had a bad registered. Okay. Yeah, I think having the test framework is most important here. I think it's going to be kind of tough to do. Also, how much time is remaining in this game? 3.5 minutes. And then, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so the test framework, I think it's going to be the test framework. I think that's what I'm going to work on. And I think the hardest part of this is going to be just mocking any objects that are AWS specific and then refactoring any code so that that's all behind a good abstraction layer. What else is there? Oh, code coverage. So I'll use Istanbul for that. And that's actually kind of all I need to keep in mind here. And maybe just, I don't know, that's it. I really want this to finish. I have to wait this a little less than 3 minutes. And then once this is done, I can shut everything down. Because right now I'm running how many machines? Yeah, 4 of these. It's not such a big deal. I'm not running these every day. Would it be okay if we built a ladder in chat? Fine. Because you so rarely get to do them in the channels where they constantly spam. Someone's going to break it. Yeah. And so it begins. This is like a team building exercise in chat. What is this even for? Yeah, I think this is fine. Oh, wait, maybe this was for the secondary matchmaker? No, it wasn't. What is the difference between these two files? The port, and that's it. Tisk. Why did I have that around for so long? Okay. It's about time that I check this in. I had modified the port that the matchmaker used. Alright, I'm going to take a picture of this. Ladder.png. I mean, other than Spurman, it worked pretty well. Okay. So we got 32 seconds, 28, 27, 26. I'm going to wait for this thing. Sub mode. All right, 12 seconds from now, we'll finally find out about this, whether this worked or not. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, so it booted me out of the game. A game just finished running, and it did not put me into a game over here. Then the health check is going to fail. Right. Should be. Yep, there we go. Terminating game server. Perfect. Okay, so now we should see that this is in the terminated state, or the shutting down state. Whoops. Shutting down. Okay, good. Nice. And that there are 2 people in the queue? Are there? Yeah, cool. Yeah, it worked. All right, good. Well, that was pretty nice. Let's kill all the AWS instances now. So kill all. There we go. We can close out of this now. All right, we're in good shape. I think we can close out of these things too. I don't think I need them anymore. Right, everything's either shutting down or terminated. Yeah. Okay, let's close out of that stuff. After you eat your onions. Okay, so I terminated a game server that was running a game, and it did indeed wait for the game to finish. I don't know how to test half of these things. Like, there are a lot of scenarios that I want to test, not just code coverage, but some of the scenarios are like, terminate a game server while it's running a game. Make sure the game server instance, make sure the VM isn't terminated until the game server is done. Yeah, there are gonna be a lot of these. So, all right, let's check my test framework. I have REST test or something. Where is this? It's gonna be for the infrastructure. It's not even the same code base. Yeah, what? This is gonna be like obnoxious to set up. Or I set it up somewhere else entirely. Figure out how I'm going to test any of this. Figure out how I'm going to test any of this. The infrastructure code base is entirely different from the regular tests that I have now. So in order for me to get code coverage on any of this, I think I need to call into these modules directly. I don't really know how any of this is going to work. Probably should have started this sooner. Okay, well, maybe this will be doable. I think this will probably be a pretty flimsy test framework, though. Gotta figure this out. So I guess I can close out of this still. Adam, can we build a rainbow? No. Not today. Ask me next Friday. Okay, how did I do this originally? Because I already had a bunch of code here. This was like 700 lines and hardly tested anything. Also, I find it hard to believe that any of that works. This test probably works. These are probably all fine. Yeah, 400 tests passing. But this is probably completely broken. Yes. Right. Yeah, and this is what I don't know how I'm going to do. Okay, let me take a look. So for me to start an overseer, I need to do something like what main does. And I'd want this for pretty much every set of tests. What's the problem? The problem is just how am I going to structure all of this? Like, I have a bunch of REST servers. If I fix it, can we build a rainbow? I don't know. I'm gonna roll a die. Anyway, I have to write a test framework for this. I guess it's going to be mostly the infrastructure code, but the infrastructure code also deals with the account server. Like, these are massive sort of end-to-end scenarios. I guess all the way from creating an account to then using that account. And I could mock some parts of this. I need to think about how this is going to work. So some basic example could be 2 users join the matchmaking queue and should be placed into a game together. So if I were truly doing this from end to end, I would create accounts, then use those accounts. Use mocks for anything outside the module you're testing. And yeah, I was going to say, EJ, that would be pretty helpful. Yeah. So just use mocks for everything. So then I'm going to write tests for each individual thing that I have here. I guess that makes it a lot easier to do. Maybe I'll knock as grade. Use the test modules to perform HTTP requests in isolation. Oh boy. This actually does look good. So not as good if you're mocking functions that you can't overwrite readily. Yeah. Mock for HTTP. Alright. I'll have to look into this. And then I have to figure out how I'm going to structure this stuff too. Yeah, fine, build a rainbow. I mean, you told me about 2 libraries, but whatever. Chat wants it, chat gets it. Okay, so yeah, the first thing was folder structure. And I think what I'm going to do here is, right now we have this. There's root, and then overseer, matchmaker, Ansible, etc., etc., etc. So I think I'm going to make a test folder, and then underneath this, see, what's going to be annoying about this is that the way that I search through my code right now is I type something like ov main, and I get to the overseer's main. But if I come up with this folder structure, I'll probably just make the test their own code entirely. In which case is even needed. How do we deploy this stuff? We're pulling the whole repository. I guess having the test code isn't so bad. Did Bro Sam get timed out? How does one set color on Twitch? I believe you can do it in this cog menu here. Yeah, then you just pick your color. Wait, more colors? Whoops, I lost chat. Okay, now I can't see the rainbow. Aww. Oh, there we go. We did much better at the latter. The only time I've ever allowed spam in my chat. Alright, I'm not really too concerned about folder structure. Whatever I do, it has to be consistent. If I put this in an entirely different code base, I don't think it's worth it. So yeah, okay, let's make test. And then in here I'll make overseer, I guess. And we'll start with this. Hey, Clamation. Perhaps you have some use for DWYL/AWS SDK mock. What is this? Wait, is this because there happened to be a rainbow here? Is this a joke? I believe EJ said enough memes for the day. So awesome mocks for JavaScript AWS SDK services. Use in your tests. AWS equals require AWS SDK mock. I need to understand how all this works. So, Deadbringer, this looks good. Use caution when mocking both a nested service and its parent service. Don't worry about the constructor configuration. Huh, okay. Alright, no more spamming chat. We're back to regular chat now. So I think I just need to mess around with these at first. And get code coverage working. And code coverage, oh man, so much. Setup Istanbul, ES6, so source, pipe it into there. Coverage reports. Maybe, I don't know how I'm gonna do this. Not no having fun, just no spamming. I don't want people who are new to chat to think that this is what happens all the time. Yeah, so I think the first thing I should do here is just kind of a proof of concept. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Okay, so let's write this down. Test framework. Make a proof of concept. I'll just write it out. So it should be able to do all of these things. Mock AWS, mock some botland specific endpoint, like the matchmaker or the overseer, and code coverage. That's pretty much it. Excuse me. All right, you want your rainbow? Here's your rainbow. There. Question for you, Adam. Is there a reason why you want to do most of this stuff yourself instead of using libraries that are bulletproofs? No, I'm totally fine with using libraries. And that's actually why I'm about to start using a couple of these. Like this one and the other one that I'd found. Single colors into rainbow. You got 5 lights. Okay. You give away a bunch of things. People are just like, I didn't win. It must be rigged. Guess what? I don't care. Okay, so let's go install this. Let's try all this out. I'm going to make probably just a package JSON in here. In fact, let's go do that. So infra test npm init. Yeah, that's fine. And presumably this is how you install this. Yep. And it's a save dev. And then we'll also get knock, and we'll also get synop. Let's just get all those things. Well, EJ, it's not just that. It's that I got done with something at least today. I mean, a lot of it was that I put something off, and then I think food helps too. He just hates you and your memes now. Well, and it's closer to the end of the day. I mean, when it's the beginning of the day and you come across what you feel is an insurmountable problem, it's kind of a mood wrecker. No, I tricked you into being happy, get wrecked. Okay, fine. You wrecked me. Lock some botland specific endpoint like that. Alright, so let's start with something pretty simple here. We'll make a main function here. Yep, a rich text document. Okay, so let's use this. And then what do we do with this? I'm not sure how we test this exactly. Like, what I'm wondering about is I have this AWS util, and this calls into AWS APIs, but it's going to require its own thing. So sure, I could mock it from the test code, but that's not what I need to do. Like this is where dependency injection comes in, and I don't have a system set up to do this well. I don't know how I would do this. You can't do that. You cannot do that. All right, so I need to figure out how to get the overseer to use the mocked AWS code. I am pretty sure I will need dependency injection. I need to figure out how that'll look. Yeah, okay, sorry, I don't answer that question. I don't answer anything related to my age. The AWS service needs to be initialized inside the function being tested in order for the SDK method to be mocked. What? Also, what does NB mean? AWS service needs to be initialized inside the function being tested. Okay, well, let's try something really basic, I guess. I don't even know how I'm going to do this. I guess I need to make fake code at first. Alright, so fine, let's make our fake code. Fake overseer. Alright, so npm install save. Let's do whatever's in here. AWS util requires AWS SDK. So let's take this and Bluebird and Lodash and whatever else I use in this thing. Let's take all the same things. Yeah, that's fine. Man. At least I finally stopped feeling like I'm thirsty for the first time in like 30 hours. I don't know why it took so long. Alright, so now let's open up main, use strict. We're going to copy paste some of the code from over here. Actually, let's just take all of this and get rid of this stuff. And we're going to do, let's just do this. Get local IPv4 address. Perfect. So there's a function, and now we're just going to call it. We're going to do get local IPv4 address dot then IP address got an IP address of, and if it fails, okay, so if I try just running this normally, it should fail because we're not on AWS. It's going to say something on a region or who knows what, but it's going to be some error. It's going to time out, apparently, which is going to take forever. Hi, Lunar Hazards. Okay, well, just no error. That's strange. Ah, yeah, there we go. Timeout. Okay. So that is what I'd expect. Now I want to test this out. So let's, I don't know how this is going to work. We have code in here. I guess we're going to make our own server here. But this is going to call into its own thing. Function main. Let's put that there. Module.exports equals main. Hey, noob. All right. So now when we run this, it's going to do nothing because it's just exporting a function. And then I will try getting this to work. So let's do const like fake main equals require dot slash fake overseer. So let's just print that out. It should just say that it's a function, and that's all I want to test it first. Cannot find module, test main. What? Did I? Oh. Cannot find module fake overseer, so that's up a directory. Still can't find it, because it's probably... Wait, what? Can't find... Oh, right, because it's main.js. Okay, got it. So now if we try calling that, like there's no way this will work. Calling our fake main. Hang on a second. Yeah, it's gonna time out again. Yeah, so we can't do things this way. Have you ever had to process large files? I mean, not frequently, no. And usually it's just copying them, if that's what I'm doing. So, what? Project structures that don't include the AWS SDK at the top level node modules project folder will not be properly mocked. Wait, so was this supposed to work or what? And do they have the metadata service in here? Wow. I'm not sure if this was even supposed to work the way I'm trying to do it. I think based on what I just read that maybe it is, but that I need to get the metadata service mocked correctly. I don't know how I'm supposed to do that. So I can't stop coughing. They don't do anything specific here. I wonder if there's another way to do this then. DynamoDB. Oh, I see. So what do I use in here? AWS.metadata service. Okay, so that's what I want. Got it. Okay, so let's try that out. Man, I'm dying over here. AWS.mock this. And then what's the thing that we want to mock here? Request? That's it? How does this even help me? I don't understand this. Alright, let's just have it print this thing. Cool, let's try that out. Yeah, that doesn't work. Alright, hang on, I'm gonna just keep coughing off mic, hang on. RPG gut. Thanks for following. I don't know if that's an aspirated G or if it's just G hut. Yeah, this isn't working. Okay, let's try their DynamoDB example. Maybe that's better. So there, and then I don't follow what this means. It needs to be initialized inside the function being tested in order for it to be mocked. So this, oh yeah, example 1 won't work. Example 2 will work. Okay, but that's what I'm doing over here, right? Yeah, I'm making a new one. I'm not, they don't even make a new one here though. They use the existing one. I wonder if that has something to do with this. I don't know. But I also, oh, wait a second. Does it have to do with promisification? Let's, oh man, I'm so lost here. I have a feeling this is gonna be really hard to set up. So let's try this. DynamoDB equals aws.dynamodb. And then I do DynamoDB dot, I don't even know what their API is. Put item. And it takes some params that I don't even know, and then a callback. Air data. Got this from callback. Yeah. So their code isn't even correct. I don't think this is going to work that well. Missing required key table name. And then item. Expected params.item to be a map. Okay. Missing region in config. Yeah, so missing region in config means it's not using the mocked object. Deadbringer, have you used this? Like, do you know how I'm supposed to be doing this? One difference is they're using this and you're instantiating via const equals new. Yeah, so the var and const, that doesn't matter. The part about making a new one, that is apparently required because it says here service must be constructed with the new operator. So, yeah, I don't know how I'd get around that. Huh. And this is something, I looked into dependency injection in JavaScript like 8 months ago, and I downloaded some library that just didn't even work, and then just gave up on it. And yeah, now I'm back to this problem. Just give me another 8 months and it'll be solved. You did from Lambda? Do you have like any small code snippet I could see? Because I'm guessing the goal of this is so that your production code doesn't have to change. You can just call into it and it'll use the mocked AWS code. Because if that's the case, that's what I want. It requires all the prerequisites of the real function. It just doesn't execute it. Why do you need injection? I might not, but what I'm thinking I need it for is because this is requiring a module from its own folder, which I think the way Node treats things is based on path. So it'll see this wasn't loaded and then use this. And then there's no amount of mocking I can do to fix this. I need to inject the AWS dependency, which is just it's gonna change everything. It's gonna be really annoying to do. Yeah, I don't know how this works. And yeah. SNS.publish. Because they say you'll get region not defined in config if you do this the wrong way. And I am doing this the way that they say. Make a new DynamoDB, call a function. Huh. Yeah, weird. I wonder if I don't make a new one, but then, yeah, it says it has to be constructed with a new operator, which means that this code is old. And yet it was updated 3 days ago. But you shouldn't have to put in a region according to this. Some constructors will require you to pass through a configuration object. AWS will take care of this during mock creation so you won't get any configuration errors. If they still occur, it means you passed the wrong configuration in your implementation. Like, if I'm interpreting that correctly, it means that I've already done something wrong if I have to do this. But let's try this out anyway. Region US West 2. What? Requested resource not found. I don't know if this is doing like actual AWS calls or if it's the mocked call, because I don't think it should be doing anything right now. But I don't know what the, okay, let's go look. AWS Node SDK. All right, let's just look it up through my notes. There we go. So let's look at DynamoDB. What does put item look like? So item, some key. I don't know. Okay, yeah, let's try this out. So some key will say something like creation date, and we'll say it's an N. What? I mean, none of that should matter, right? Requested resource not found. Yeah, for it to be doing this, I think that means that it's trying to connect to the real AWS. And I think the only reason it's actually kind of able to do this is because I have my AWS credentials set in my user profile. I don't know how I'm going to test this stuff. I don't know how I'm going to test any of this. I don't think I'm going to use this library though, because I don't understand how this works and it's probably not worth my time. But then this is going to be just also very, very difficult, because I'm going to need to write my own version of, no, all this is a bad idea. This is all a bad idea. Okay, so this part, mock AWS, let's How about we do this? Yeah, I'm just got home from work. Mind catching me up on what part you're working on now? Yeah, I'm working on making a test framework, and I'm trying to work on like the simplest possible thing right now. I want to call an AWS API, but not have it actually reach out to AWS so that I can test this. AWS code is notoriously hard to test. Well, I don't even understand this. Wait a second. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder how Sinon works. Hmm. Wow. Yeah, I think this is gonna be pretty intense, but this is like at least a solid week's worth of work that I'd allocated for this. So I really should figure something out. Otherwise, I can't make tests, and if I can't make tests, I have no confidence that what I'm running is still going to work after I make changes. And therein lies the problem. I don't know how to even get started with this stuff. Yeah, I guess number one is I don't know how this is supposed to work. Use caution in mocking this. Don't worry about constructing configuration. Set a module explicitly. String. So you could replace this with, like, this is, I guess, what I expect to see here. If you need to mock an I/O device, it means you have poor separation of concerns. Try stripping the new from new. I've done that, but this just gives me an error saying you need the new there. Service must be constructed with the new operator. And I don't know how they even did that in their own code, because that's what they suggest here too. But it doesn't. Well, they don't suggest it here apparently. I don't know. It's strange. Yeah, I don't know. Are there any issues with this? Huh. So, Deadbringer though, do you have? Never mind. I think I'm gonna just ignore this library for now. You said you're using it though. That's the part that I'm curious about. Like, I don't understand how you even managed to use this library. I can't get the most basic example working. Also, I wonder how they did this. When will you finish Botland and start Pokemon? I mean, if I'm gonna play a game at all tonight, it would happen after like 2 hours from now. But that's if I'm gonna play. I don't know if I'm going to play anything. Setup says it will intercept every call to that. Intercept HTTP GET to users 1 and reply with a SAS 200. Excuse me. Okay, this looks this looks interesting. I want to try this out. Oh, programming Pokemon? You know, a game that I was working on a long, long time ago that I had a lot of cool graphics for by actually someone who's also now a Twitch streamer. He probably does not know that I'm following him. It was a Pokemon sort of game. Paid a lot of money for the artwork. I want to show you guys. Let me see if I can find it. I found it, I think. Hang on. Is this it? Yeah, cool. I did find it. I'm going to take a print screen of part of this folder. Oh, actually, you guys have already kind of seen this artwork before. But yeah, we had some cool monsters. I mean, these are just 10 out of the, like, how many did we have? We had 71. But yeah, never got around to finishing it. That'll never be out. Alright, so I want to try this out. Let's try knock, because this sounds like it might be more promising than whatever I was just doing. So knock, let's do this. So when we try getting HTTP localhost 8080/foo, or that, I guess. Wait, what did this look like? Yeah. Get users 1, reply with that. Okay, and then let's call into, I don't even know what. How do we register the account server? Actually, that doesn't matter, does it? The matchmaker main.js? This creates a REST server with... Is this test-driven development? It's the testing part. Yeah, DDT is more descriptive, more accurate. So I want to make a new main and then have that register, and it tries to register with here on /register, and it's a post API. So let's do that, I guess. Where's this? So dot post register, and we're going to reply with a whole bunch of weird stuff. I have both AKs, but the air conditioner is too loud, so I can't run it while I'm streaming. So register with overseer. If I call into this exact thing, then we'd expect it to work. So let's find the path. So it's 1, 2, matchmaker main. Okay, let's try that then. 1, 2, matchmaker main. Then we just say new main. Can we do that? I don't think we can. Oh, we can't. We can't do that. We can require it and it'll just make its own. I guess we could do that. So we just do this down here. And then I run this. Does this work? Must specify REST server port. Alright, let's go to matchmaker run. I gotta do all of this, but in the test folder. Address in use 8081. Okay, let's close out of these things then. That way we don't get the address in use problem anymore. Oops. Okay. CD overseer run. Did it register? Finished registering. Got a master state of undefined. Wow. Hey, that actually worked. How does this work? And what are we mocking here? Endpoint monitor is going to return register matchmaker by responding with master state ID. So let's set this equal to 0 and see what that returns. Got a master state of undecided. Wow, it did work. So if I set this to 1, got a master state of secondary, and if I set it to 2, it should be the master. Huh. How does that work? How in the world do they do this? When you set up an interceptor for an URL, and that interceptor is used, it is removed from the interceptor list. That means you can intercept 2 or more calls to the same URL and return different things on each of them? What? When you set up an interceptor and that interceptor is used, it's removed from the list. So that means it deletes itself, but then you can intercept 2 or more calls to the same URL and return different things. Oh, I see. Oh, that's actually really cool. That's a smart idea. Huh. So that means that if you had something that said like get user or get next user ID, you could mock it so that the first call returns 1 and the next call returns 2, and then it goes back to whatever it was normally doing. That's pretty cool. Request hostname can be a string or a regex. Specifying path. Okay. I still want to know how this does this. And this only talks about what it does. How does it do this? How does it work? There it is. Overriding node's http.request function. Also, it overrides HTTP client request 2 to cover for modules that use it directly. Huh. Wow. I'm impressed. This is a pretty good library. And hit Galloping Cow. Yeah, Spurtman, I agree. That's definitely something you got to be wary of. And that's why I didn't want to write these tests to begin with. I should rephrase that. I wanted to write these tests after I was done with the development, because I already started writing tests and then everything changed and now the tests are useless. Like, they don't even run anymore. So they were pretty much just pointless for me to have written ever. I think once you have a more stable API, you can use the test. Okay. So I think this will be very tough to do all of this. We're talking about like a fully fledged test framework that I would write in about a week. And even things like this, I don't know. There's a lot to do here. So, all right, let's figure out. Yeah, I'll take a look at this. Thanks, Superman. Wait, was this on test-driven development? How did I get that? Yeah, test-driven repair. All right, so some of the design that I'm thinking of is I'd have something like mock overseer, and it would have to do something like this. Also, what does this return? I don't understand. What does this return? One step at a time, buddy. Yeah, the thing is, I need to be able to I need to be able to perform any of the steps that I need to do. Then, sure, there's a big task ahead of me, and then it's just doing the task. But I don't even know for sure that I can accomplish the task right now. I don't know what mechanism is going to use to do that. So this is something like this. Set register. Set register with no, I think so. Making them with tests in mind is different from making the tests because I had tests in mind from the beginning, but I hadn't started to write the test framework. I probably should have started to write some of it at the very least, and then just not filled out any of the details. Granted, it's like way too late for that now. I'm not going to go back in time, but I can do my own endpoints. I'm not concerned with that. I guess what I'm concerned with is the AWS stuff. Well, and then any of the other utility libraries that I use that I might want to mock. I need to learn how Sinon works. I also need to learn if that's how it's pronounced. Is this a thing? Aha, it is. To harm or to hurt was a Greek warrior. Okay, this doesn't help me with pronunciation. I don't even see an IPA entry there. Alright, well, the ignorant me is going to say Sinon then from now on. Okay, so we have all these things. Let's go to their features at a glance. So spies calls the original function. Sinon.spy. Proxy. Insert spy.call. Huh, this does not help me. What is a test spy? Function that records arguments, return value, the value of this, and exception thrown. Oh, interesting. Okay. IO should be pluggable. IO should be at the bottom of the call stack. Top of the call stack should consist of pure functions or simple objects with localized state. Yeah. So, Spurman, I think those are all things that are probably baked into my code at this point. Yep. Okay, well, this looks like pretty good documentation at least, so that's nice. Function under test. Stub.returns 42. This is just a way to make easy functions. Okay. Yeah. Seems easy enough. Okay, cool. So mocks. Mocks should only be used for the method under test. In every unit test, there should be one unit under test. If you want to control how your unit is being used and like stating expectations up front, use the mock. If you wouldn't add an assertion for some specific call, don't mock it. Use a stub instead. In general, you should never have more than one mock in a single test. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, I think it's good to read through all these things. Fake timers. Synchronous implementation of set timeout in friends. override the global functions, allow you to more easily test them. Wow, neat. Yeah, really neat. There's a lot of cool stuff they did here. Now they have fake XHR, which I think Nock would be fine for. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to worry about this right now. Fake server, I don't think I'm going to do anything for yet. Sandboxing. Simplify working with fakes. Need to be restored and or verified. Oh, okay. Got it. Assertions. This sounds actually pretty straightforward. And what are matchers? Can you pass as arguments to spy.called with? Okay. Got it. So sandboxing, you said, is important too. Where do they actually test red on it? I don't even see where they use it in here. Oh, here. Oh, I see. Okay, well, that's a whole lot. So I would need to. I mean, the way that I'm starting this right now is I'm making like a fake matchmaker that connects to the overseer. It's not exactly what I want to do. Also, I open up a WebSocket. Socket endpoint. Yeah, and somewhere we actually, in the world is having get socket. JSON over TCP.connect. Yeah, so I don't know how I'm going to do this. Hey, Shub. So is there an easy way to mock sockets? I mean, they have fake server here. But this looks like an HTTP server. Yeah. Oh, this is it's quite a lot. Mock goose. No, that's not what I need. I don't know about this. What I might have to do is write my own mock socket here. But again, I think I just get into too many implementation details at that point. But how else would I test things like replication? So what are my other scenarios here? Something like this. Test replication, e.g. a game server registers with the master overseer. The secondary overseer should be told about this. Maybe I don't know. Yeah, I really don't know. Okay. Well, I should get code coverage working and then figure out how I'm going to mock AWS specific stuff. Do I mean WebSockets? I mean, they're just TCP sockets. So yeah, figure out code coverage. Let's look at that too. What's this? I never used it this way, did I? I used it in Gulp. Are you sure you want to test all of this? You can just do it manually for now and then do it with unit tests later. Well, I wanted to spend like a solid week on just testing stuff. And I mean, unit tests are definitely the first step. Having some of the more complex scenarios covered would be pretty nice too. So, okay, I'm going to need Istanbul one way or the other here. Well, some code coverage thing. I'm just not totally sure how this would work. I want to take a look at how I got this working in my project. So I had the test gulp file, and what this did is it set it up for coverage reports. So it piped those into Istanbul, and then force required to return covered files. So okay, it did all this in memory, I guess, so that it wasn't outputting these back to here. But it ran them through some instrumentation, which probably kept track of which lines were hit. And then yeah, we ran the test. Well, so EJ, I think it's going to be diminishing returns for me. I think that covering like 30 or 40% of the code base will take not as much time as going from, let's say, 95% to 100%. Because I think getting those few last scenarios could be tough. But then again, I don't need 100% necessarily. I think testing it to the point where it's like even 70% done, and then just looking at the other blocks and seeing, am I confident about that or not? I think that's fine. And the important part is just getting all these pieces in place. What do you use for code coverage? Is it Istanbul or is it something else? Because one of the other things I want to figure out here is if I run this and I make sure to just say what I want to cover, will it modify these? When you test the database, use Connects in SQLite instead of MySQL. Yeah. Database stuff with Connects in SQLite instead of MySQL. Custom Istanbul. Yeah, I've been using Istanbul already. You need to test algorithms, not I/O, but I/O is tightly coupled currently. Yeah. Yeah, and these are the kinds of things that unless I really spend a lot of time like actively learning this, I don't think I'll ever improve at that. I mean, you guys have seen this whole coding journey, the 8 months I've been spending on Botland. And I would say I've learned a lot, but I still think I'm going to make like amateur mistakes in whatever next project I start. And that's why I tell everyone when they learn programming, like it's a combination of practice and theory and learning. Okay. And yeah, switching database engines. I mean, there's other things with the database too of testing, I don't know, replication there. For now, I'm going to just try to get this thing to work. So let's try some basic project. I will install this. And I think I need to install it globally. Let's produce a coverage JSON, I'll cover for blah, 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 yeah. Okay, so let's try this out. So we're going to install this globally, and then I'm going to install it as a dev dependency too. Mox proxy server. Connects as a clean layer between the two database engines. Okay, so let's do this. Save dev. Now I want to try this out with whatever little bit that I have here, but I need to make sure that it's covering the. Yeah, like this won't work. I need to make sure that it's covering all files that go through this, really. How good do you research something before using it? For instance, did you extensively read books and documentation on AWS before using it? No, it's mostly program and read as I go. It's mostly program as I go. I haven't had time to read things. And it's because I'm programming on stream. And when I read things on stream, I don't know, it's just this weird, it's a different kind of like pressure that you don't usually have when you're trying to learn something. Okay, so I've got this thing now. Let's just try running Istanbul cover main.js. How is that? Oh, I gotta keep typing it in there. Okay, so this should have produced a coverage report. Yeah, it did. Let's go load it up. And there's nothing in there. So it's probably going to just control C out of the program. I am not really sure what I should do then. Or, huh. Like, is this producing anything? No. Would it if I... No. I think I need this thing to end. And I don't think I can do that. I mean, I could certainly test it. I could just do like a set timeout process.exit 0 1,000 just to see if this is even working. Okay, yeah, it does work when you do that. This is what I was afraid of. It's only testing coverage in the overseer. I wanted to test it in the matchmaker. Mocha Istanbul coverage. Cover underscore mocha. You can't do coverage without test. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. But, okay, so... So I suppose having something like Mocha is a good idea. So let's go install that. Mocha is not even marked as a dependency in here. How? How did I do this? No, that seems wrong. Mocha doesn't exist here. Is it Gulp Mocha? Nope. As long as your file is required in Mocha, it'll be covered. In test run by Mocha. Okay. Well, then one of the first things I need to do. So I think I have Mocha on my. No, I don't. How? What? Something's wrong. If I go into Babel polyfill. Oh, this is. Man, I did things in like the worst possible way. Yeah, here it is. Mocha was in the root folder. Okay. Hey, Caster. Okay, so I do need to include this. I do need to include it as a dev dependency. Okay, and then let's try to do what I did. Not here exactly, but oh, there was like arena test and buff test. Let's go to util test. This is probably the simplest one. Let's just copy paste this over here. Okay. Scribe. It should let me use code coverage. So assert dot equal true true. Sure, fine. All right, so what do you need for this? Assert underscore, yeah, that looks good. And even underscore, I don't know if I installed save dev load dash. Okay. So the problem is, just by doing this, I'm already going to start the testing. Hey, Judge Bacon. Just by doing this, I'm already going to start testing this, which I guess I could just do this from here maybe. But then this, of course, needs to exit after some amount of time. I'm going to need to change how this works entirely. Okay, so let's try that. Now I'd run Istanbul cover? What is it? Describe is not defined. How did I manage to get describe in my util test? Okay, well, something else must be doing this then. Oh, no, I know what's doing it. I'm piping this stuff into Mocha. Okay, yeah, I need to do this differently. What, do they put everything in there in a Mocha folder? And that's how they managed to do this? Or is that a directive to the Istanbul? Yeah, pretty sure that's a folder. Huh. It's going okay, Judge Bacon. I'm starting to write the tests for the infrastructure stuff. I don't have a lot of things going correctly right now. Like, I gotta figure out how to use this. What's the question? I'm trying to figure out how to use Istanbul with Mocha. Here they have what I'm assuming is a folder, but then I don't know if Mocha has some structure that I'm not aware of. Or if... No, I don't know. Like, this is not helpful to me unless this is supposed to be a convention of Mocha. Hey, Karis. Do you know the feeling when you have a programming project to make and you keep delaying? Yeah, I mean, I know that feeling. Wait, what? What is this? What is this? Mocha's the location to the bin in node modules? Do I have that? But then, how does it know what file to run? And what's this blank dash dash here? Because when I tried running this, like that, it says unable to resolve file Mocha. Did you npm install Mocha? I did it this way, save dev. Should it be a global? Seems weird. What's the rest of this? Yeah, so it's trying to run a CMD file. I think it's treating it like... Maybe I need to do this? No, that doesn't work. Oh boy. Oh boy. Do I have this in here? So this would be ... slash cannot resolve path test. So wait, does Mocha look for... No, what? What's this? I think part of the problem is that Mocha is here. Maybe that's... I don't know. I wonder if I need to install Mocha just in the overseer directory, or if I can specify somehow where this thing is supposed to run. Like Mocha probably has. Mocha probably has some convention for where to make a folder. Yeah, make dir test. I think that's what you're supposed to do. Okay, so that means that... Wait, where did they install this, though? Install that globally. Both of them should be installed locally. Yeah, but then I think... Like I said, I think it's looking for a test folder inside of my test folder. Which is the part I don't like. They mention this? By default, looks for the glob test/star.js. So you may want to put your tests in test/ folder. Okay. Well, that does answer the question. So I guess I just make dir test and then copy over everything that was in overseer to test. All right. So now when I run this thing, unable to resolve file. It's not ... anymore. Hey, cool. It did something. Okay, so let's look at the coverage that we got out of that. This is in test. There's no coverage. It's in this folder. And there's nothing in it. Oh, did it go into here somehow? No. It must be this folder, but then there's nothing in there. Finish registering with the overseer. Oh, you know why? I know what I need to do. Oh god, this is a big mess. Why didn't you go up one? Because if I went up one, then I need... Yeah, Roland, it does. If I go up one, then I'll be in my root folder, and there will be a package.json here that has a whole bunch of other dev dependencies, I guess. It's not a huge problem. I just wanted to keep any test-related dependencies in the test folder. and not in my root folder. So here's what we do. We go into this, and then in here we get a callback or done, and we just call done right before we exit. And then I think we'll have tricked it into working. No coverage information was collected. Exit without writing coverage information. So much for tricking it, because that clearly didn't work. But why? What if we did this? What if we super tricked it? No, it doesn't work. Could you run off the C drive? I don't think that should have to do with this rolling. The only part of it. Oh boy. Alright, so let's echo this to the clipboard. Hey Timbraya. It should be really late for you, right? And then this doesn't work. I wonder if I just... What if I just got rid of this stuff? And I just said like assert dot equal true true. Do we get coverage information in this case? Timeout exceeded. Oh, I need to actually call done. Yeah, why is it not writing any... What? I'm so confused. Can you try adding dash dash check coverage to the end? Unknown option. Okay, well, let's just look up why this is happening. Require. Yeah, Philippines. That's the only time I think I've ever gotten that. Use the underscored mocha command instead of mocha. Something like this. Test cov underscore cover underscore mocha. A symbol cov. Oh boy. Alright. I don't know. Testing requires ES6. Yeah, they are. Oh man, you're talking. Oh God. They make this so annoying. I have to run this through. I have to run this through Babel? You know, okay, if I never did any more work on this, but I just fixed bugs in the infrastructure, then I have no failovers, so I'd have a single point of failure. Is that so bad? I just don't want to do this. Compilers JS Babel core register. Won't I need... Yeah, I need to install that now, right? Actually, if that works, JS Babel core register, then that's super easy. No coverage information was collected. Well, I'm not even like, I'm not testing anything right now. Maybe part of it is I'm not using anything from another library. Like, what if I was testing Lodash here? I mean, they don't know, right? And I test for each 1, 2, 3, and I pass a number here, and I do console.log number, and like everything's great, right? And then I run this, and it prints it out, and I get no coverage information. Well, yeah, the test worked, but so strange. Use a function? What are you talking about? Like, I'm using the for each function in Lodash. Yeah, I'm not using my lib, but how does it wouldn't know which one of these is my lib, right? What if I'm, oh, is it what? Because it's in node mods and not because it's in my own thing? But then this should be, okay, whoops, all right, let me try this again. Okay, well, it's not a library, so apparently I need to make it a library and then do something with it. It sounds like a bad idea, but I'll try this at least. Module.exports equals run. Run is a function that does this. So now my own program won't work any longer if I try doing this. It compares file directories. Huh. Alright. Well, let's try this out then. So now I have the run function. Let's call into the run function from here. So I can use this here. Run is not a function? Oh, right. Because that's not how you export this. Because this turns into its own function. There we go. Okay, let's try making this something even easier. Let's make it do console.log. I am running the matchmaker. And that's it. That's all this is going to do. Nothing else. Don't need any of this stuff. We just run this now. Okay, cool. So I am totally baffled of why this isn't working. I'm now calling the one function that this thing exports, which does basically nothing, but should still give me code coverage information. And it doesn't matter. I'm not getting anything. Weird. Also, if I don't call anything, shouldn't that still be fine? It would be really helpful if they told me why I wasn't collecting coverage. Exit without writing coverage information. What's this supposed to mean? Hey, you can specify your own directories, so I don't probably need to name it test. Update Istanbul. Well, the problem with that is it automatically installed an earlier version. Just use the alpha version of this. EJ says I just figured it out. Well, prepare for a... Is that seriously why? Because I named this thing twice? It's looking one directory higher? Oh man, alright, let's try this whole recursive dot slash. Does that work? Whoa, what? Like, how does it know? Oh man. How do you just specify which file to run? Config. Cover. Options, executable JS file or command. So it's Mocha that needs to know this. So I should just be able to do this, right? Dot slash. Oh my god, I can't figure this out. I don't get it. Yeah, I really don't understand. Like, this is... Okay, so how about we change this? How about we rename this to something that's not test and see if that has anything to do with this. So we call this one not test. Oh great, file handles. Probably am not going to be able to do this until I close everything on my computer. There we go. So now we have the not test directory. That'll fool this. Okay. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I have to be in the test directory when I run this? No. And yeah, Miss Light. I think I'm just out of it today. Like, I think this is supposed to be dead simple, and I'm making it much harder. So how about we make take two, and I'll try everything from in here. So let's go back into this and figure out what packages I might need. Yeah, these sound pretty good. Let's take all of those. Take two, npm init-y. EJ, I'm gonna set this up. I got this, don't worry. I'm gonna just make a totally new folder, and I'm gonna set this up the way that it expects. Or maybe I already forgot everything. I don't know. We're supposed to put things in the test folder. So I'm gonna make a test folder. I'm making Minecraft. Yes. Yes, I am. I'm not gonna change a single thing about it. I'm gonna make $1 billion. Alright, so I have a test folder now. And I'm gonna make a main.js here. And it's gonna look really basic at first, just to get this thing running. So let's go copy what we had in here, which no longer exists. Oh man, I don't like any of this. Alright, and we'll get rid of all of this. And you know what, all of this too. We'll have just the easiest possible thing we can have. Dot slash matchmaker. Yeah, cool. So we just call a function in there. There, easy peasy, right? And then when we do this, except we do it from here. Well, that's it. Okay, EJ, what do you think I'm doing wrong here? Because I don't know how I could make this code any simpler. I have a test folder with a JavaScript file in it. The JavaScript file calls into a function. And the function does a console.log. Nothing complex. I don't get it. I wonder what I could be missing. I don't know. I don't know. Your lib is dot 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 dot. It should be dot dot. It has to be one directory above it? That sounds ridiculous. It sounds like absolutely ridiculous. So you're saying if I just made a matchmaker folder right here, I just copy paste all of that, all 6,266 items. Can you add include all sources before cover? I can. I'm going to try idea number 1 first, which I do not think is going to be, I don't think it's going to work. I don't think it would matter where this thing is. And if it does, it seems to me like an arbitrary restriction. Okay, there, everything's been copied. What? What in the world happened? Oh, now those paths are wrong. Alright, I'm going to delete this. I'm going to delete this entire folder. And then we're going to Control-Z that. And then we're going to do the other suggestion. You do include all sources. No, none of this works. And yet, there's no indication of what I should be doing. Just make a mock lib file with one function? Okay. That what is one directory up? // main. And then this will include // matchmaker / main. And then call into it. I have a mouth and I must scream. Alright, matchmaker, main, I don't know. Let's try just running that, maybe. Node main. Okay, that works. So then why does this not work? And then main is not a function. That must be coming from the test code that I have. Which I don't even know where that is anymore. Here? .main. Oh, I never exported it, that's why. Got it. So this should be module.exports equals main. There. Now everything should work. No, it doesn't. Okay. Well, we tried everything. Tried everything there is to try. And that's it. It just doesn't work. So I guess we'll just not test this, and Botland will be a terrible mess of code. And it's master programmer EJ's fault. Okay, really though, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. And I also don't know why this would be happening. I wonder if I should install the newer version of this. Where is their GitHub? Wait, what? Where's their alpha version? 0.4.3. Harmony? Where? No, that's not it. 250 commits, 280 commits behind. This was 2 years ago. This is a year ago. 3 years ago. V1. Oh wait, V1 would obviously be correct. Yes, here we go. So we can install this and try this one out. Oh, and somebody followed. Little Bears, thanks for following. Hey Adam, are you Italian? Because that's some excellent spaghetti. I hate your guts, Wheatley. Okay, let's try this out, and let's do this. And then when everything works, then we know what the problem was. Where's the color that I'm seeing right now? I'm gonna find it. What? Why are none of these red? 4? That wasn't red. That was like... Okay. Let's go back to normal. I don't know. I think I'm gonna... I don't even know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like, I'm only gonna have to solve this on Monday anyway. Like, what am I doing wrong? And I don't want to leave with this problem here either. Because there's already a million other problems that I have. Include all sources is new in 1 point. Wait, but like, that didn't help me anyway, did it? And wait, that means you have the alpha, right? Or were you not trying that particular thing? Yeah, this... Oh, it's before cover. No, I still can't figure this out. Yeah, Snake Eyes, story of my life. Although to be fair, I think it's just not a color you can pick in Kanimu. Yeah, because this is red. Better than that time I attached paint to Kanimu, huh? Remember that? Remember. Spurtman's been here for 638 hours. What's this? So one of the things I didn't do is create a Babel RC. Can I mimic that? Yeah, I can. I'm losing the will to continue to do this pretty rapidly. Okay, so let's go do exactly what this thing says. I hate a Istanbul sounds like I don't like turkey. So let's just say I hate mocha. Alright, so here we are. Now we're going to make a test folder. And then in test, we're going to echo to pad spec.js. And then we're going to paste this in. Now, we have a ... source assets JS helpers pad. Okay, let's do exactly what... Let's just do this. So we're going to go up one. We're going to make dir -p source /assets /js helpers pad. Oh, it's Windows make dir, so I can't do that. Okay, fine. I thought I had the bash version. Actually, had I just entered bash, I could probably have done that, right? Make dir -p js /helpers /pad. Yep, problem solved. Now we exit bash, and we go into JS helper. Actually, wait, what? Pad is going to be name of the file. So we actually rmdir pad, and we make pad.js. Okay, and then since we're importing it from there, let's export a function. Export default. Export function pad. Stir number. Return. I hate mocha. Okay, great. So that's done. Except for there. Perfect. All right, import assert from assert. Okay, so we're done with step 1. Step 2, install stuff. And where do we install this? In test? I'm just going to install it here. npm init-y install. Then create a Babel RC. Okay. So ./Babel RC. Cool. And then run the tests. Ha! Not going to be that easy. What happened here? What is going on? I copied this, right? There we go. Okay, so node modules is not recognized. That's probably because... No, it's probably because this thing hates me. What's going on? ./node modules? What? I don't understand what's happening here. This thing should... This path should exist, right? Node modules, bin, Babel node. Yeah, what? I can't run this? Is this a Windows problem with just slashes? Yeah, it is. Okay. Quote it. Or for ya. Alright, this one's pretty good. Alright. Great. We're done. We're done here. Pack it up. Quote it. What? Missing right parenthesis after argument list? Yeah, what? Where did that thing go? Is this my code that's missing it? Or their test? I am pretty sure it's not referring to my code. Base dirt. Where is this? Yeah. Yeah. This is a problem with quoting things. But how? I don't even know. I think I'm just gonna not do things this way. Let's go back to the command that I already had here, and let's just get rid of the quotes. Change all these into backslashes, and then paste that in. Okay, you missed one directory. Right, but that shouldn't matter. It's going to be treated as one. I don't know. Okay, let's talk about games. How about that? I'll just rip my hair out over the weekend. Yeah. All right, let's take a little straw poll. All right, games. What game would you want Adam to play if he were to play a game tonight? Which he's not promising. Pokemon. What happened with the accent? Oh, it's just a weird font. Pokemon. Castlevania. Circle of the Moon. Factorio. I wasn't even going to put Factorio on this list. There was something else. Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. You Are Promising. Hearthstone. What other games? We could play Terraria together with viewers. Diablo 2 with viewers. I'll let multiple vote choices. Don't do it over the weekend? No, it'd be tonight at some point. CSGO. Minesweeper, that's a good choice. Slither? Okay, Slither. What else? What would I not mind playing? Rogue Legacy was a good one. What other games do I have that I can play? Alright, well let's leave it at that. Alright, now I'll just paste this in the chat. EJ's trying to swing the vote. Look at all the colors. Man, this really sucks. I'm going to let people vote on that for a second. I'm going to try to figure this out. So where I left off, I couldn't figure out how to get Istanbul and Mocha working together. It ran my test, but then it said... Well, now I can't even get it to run my test, can I? I don't know. Hang on. What happened at the... God, I don't even care about this stuff anymore. CD take 2. So I was here and I ran... Where's the command that I ran? Nobody knows. Here it is. From run. Right, and this is what... Nope, that didn't work. Oh, there we go. Alright, and this is what runs it and then says no coverage information. Okay, so output. I didn't link the result? What? Also, what is this actually up to? Why is there no sorting option? So Slither has 6 votes. Alright, fine. I'll play Slither. You jerks. Alright, let me change over my stream stuff, though. Actually, no, I should make this a totally different stream, right? Because otherwise it's going to appear in the botland. Also, hang on a second. How long have I actually been online for? Yeah. Man, feels bad, man. Alright. You don't have to if you don't want to. What I mean is you would normally have posted this. Oh. Yeah, so should I start a new stream now? Yeah, I don't want this being in my VOD. So okay, I'll restart the stream in like 20 seconds or something like that. So just refresh in a bit. And for those of you who aren't going to join me, thanks for watching so far. But yeah, I'm just going to go change the title and game. And now it's a different bot. Okay, see ya.